कुछ भजन लेके उपस्थित हूं। उम्मीद करती हूं आप पसंद करेंगे। पहला भजन मीरा। थैंक यू।
झाले का मध्यम?
धर्मदास जो कबीरदास जी के शिष्य रहे हैं, उनका ये भजन है। झड़ी लागे महलिया गगन घेराए, खिल गरजे खिल बिजली चमके, शोभा बरनी हो जाए। Let's give a huge thank you to Simone Yadav for that mesmerizing performance this morning. What a wonderful way to start the day. Day 2 here at the Jaipur Literature Festival. You're all very, very welcome here at the Rajnigandha Silver Pearls front lawn. I'm sure you're very much looking forward to our first session here this morning with Margaret Atwood. I will just do some housekeeping though before that goes on in about 10 minutes. So first, I'd really like to thank all the sponsors who make this festival possible. The title partner Z, of course, in association too with the Rajnigandha Silver Pearls here at the front lawn. We're powered by Airtel, and our venue partners are Google, Ford, and the Mahindra Humanities Centre. Other sponsors are the Aga Khan Foundation, the Dato Banega Swatch India, Amity University, Dove, Rajasthan Tourism, the British Council, the Getty, Glenlivet, Amway, Kotak Mahindra, AU Finances, NH Health, Jan Mikowski, Coca-Cola, YPO WPO, Kingfisher, the Diggy Palace Hotel, which is the venue that is absolutely the heart and soul of this festival. And we will really ask you to look after it with us today. We've put extra garbage bins out because people are littering, and we're really trying to look after the venue. It is somebody's home. So please do help us with that. Rambagh Palace is another hospitality partner, the Meridian, Clark's and May Hotel, the State Bank of Bikaner and Jaipur, Indigo, Uber, Penguin Random House, Nestle, the Patrika Group, Red FM, Dainik Bahaskar, DNA, and Twitter. So the Twitter hashtag is ZJLF, that's ZEEJLF, and there are prizes being awarded each day for the people who are tweeting the most during the festival. So please do tweet, share your opinions with the world. ZJLF is the hashtag, and the person who does the most tweets will be awarded prizes at the end of the day. I will be making more announcements about that later. A little bit of housekeeping. We've already had complaints this morning that people are saving seats in great rows for their friends. That's deeply unfair to people who come early specifically to get a seat themselves for a session they're keen to see. So please do not save any seats with objects. We are operating on an egalitarian basis here, and we want everybody to be able to be seated early if they come early. Thank you. No flash photography is permitted in the venue. And please put your phones on silent. If you have an urgent call, please go outside to take it. You might want to go this way, that's the closest exit. And just in the archway there, you will also find medical facilities, should anyone actually need them. Programs are on sale. You may have seen the program booklet. It's on sale at the information desk for 100 rupees for anyone who wants one of those. It provides much more information about the sessions and the speakers. So that's 100 rupees at the information desk. And also there's a lot of merchandise on sale, including festival merchandise, which is wonderful. It's specially designed every year. That merchandise is on sale near Charbagh, which is the venue just over here. So please do look at the merchandise tent at some point during the day. And finally, Rajnigandha, which is the sponsor for this particular venue, is running a daily competition, which is a 6-word story contest. So if you come up with a brilliant short story in 6 words, please write that down, put it into the box at the Rajnigandha Lounge here at the back of the lawn, and we'll be announcing a winner at the end of each day. So there are prizes to be won there. Margaret Atwood will be going on in about 5 minutes.
One more announcement quickly. There is an app for JLF which will feed you information about the upcoming sessions. So in order to access that, you need to make a missed call to the following number. It's 9251 301 339. I'll repeat that in a moment. But if you have DND or Do Not Disturb set up on your phone, it won't work, so you'll have to deactivate that. But then if you call the number, it will automatically send you information about the next set of sessions coming up. So that number, once again, is 9251 301 339. Shall I repeat that one more time? Yes? 9251 301 339. So if you give that a missed call, you'll then receive the information. If this session becomes very crowded, it is fine to sit at the front in a minimal amount, and in this aisle it is also okay, but we definitely want to keep this horizontal aisle clear at all times. So please do not sit down or stand up there because you obstruct the view of the people behind you. But you can come down here, and if you need to, you can sit in this aisle too if you want to get a better view. We'll be going on in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rajneekanth Silver Pearls front lawns for a much anticipated session this morning. Please do join me in giving a very, very warm welcome this morning to our guest of honour for this session, Margaret Atwood. Margaret Atwood will be appearing in conversation with Naomi Alderman, and this session is presented by Amity University. I have just been given the excellent news that Margaret will be signing after the session. So please do take your books over to the book signing area after the session. The signing area is to be located at the far left corner of the Rajneekanth Silver Pearls front lawns. Look for the red and white tent there, and that's where she will be signing after the session. We will also do an audience Q&A. Also, if anybody is going to try and take a photograph of him or herself with Margaret after the session, I am going to formally request that you do that at the book signing area and not before. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, but you have you have the wrong ears.
Just give me a second, it'll be done.
Go on. Yeah, one second. No, you confuse everything by having ears. by having hair, actually. So, here we are.
For those of you who don't have books with you, they are on sale at the Full Circle bookstore, which is just over this side near Charbag. So do go and collect a copy after the session and make your way to the signing. Margaret will be signing for a little while, so there will be time for you to make a purchase before taking it to the book signing area.
There's the habit.
Oh, that does seem to be working. Is yours working?
I'm not sure. No.
No. I have confused matters here by having apparently unusually shaped ears.
Is mine working now? Is it working? Yeah.
Yes.
It's working.
Hey!
Okay.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Oh,
Better? That's better. Much better. There. We're in business.
hurrah! All right. Margaret Atwood is a writer who needs no introduction. However, despite that, I'm going to introduce you. Margaret Atwood is the author of more than 40 volumes of poetry, children's literature, fiction and non-fiction, but is best known for her novels, which include The Edible Woman, The Handmaid's Tale, The Robber Bride, Alias Grace, and The Blind Assassin, which won the Booker Prize in 2000. Her latest work is the novel The Heart Goes Last, which we're going to be talking about today, which began life as the Positron ebook series. We're going to talk about writing ebooks as well. Ms. Atwood's work has been published in more than 40 languages, including Farsi, Japanese, Turkish, Finnish, Korean, Icelandic and Estonian, and it is a great delight to be on stage with her today. So welcome, Margaret Atwood.
Okay. Shall I introduce Naomi? Yes, I'll introduce Naomi. Naomi Alderman was my Rolex mentee in the Rolex mentorship program about 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And she is a novelist as well. She has published four
yes.
novels, with a fifth about to come out this fall.
Correct.
Correct. And it will be a doozer of a novel, because I've read some of it. But she is also the co-inventor of something called the Zombies Run game, which is a way of making exercise not boring. And with the Zombies Run game, you download it into your iPod, and then you do your exercising, and it tells you a story in which you are always runner number 5. And you are runner number 5. You've been sent out to pick up the water bottles, Band-Aids, and old boxes of crackers desired by your embattled humans who are living in a zombie-infested world. And you're running along, and your dispatcher is saying, runner number 5, all is clear, go ahead, pick up the water bottle, collect the Band-Aids, etc. And then it will say, oh no, I don't know what happened. There's been a terrible mistake. There's zombies all around you. Run! And then you have to go faster. And if you don't go faster, there are consequences.
Yes.
So I just refer you to that. You can find it online. So you can see why I chose Naomi out of a cast of thousands to be my Rolex mentee. I actually wanted to learn about zombies. That was motivation. So I learned things. I don't think Naomi learned anything. But
Nothing. There was nothing to learn from you, Margaret. I don't know why you would think there would be.
I took her to the Arctic. I took her to the Arctic, where she had a life-changing experience and acquired some red moose hide mittens. Is this not true?
It is true. I did not bring my red moose hide mittens with me to India, however.
No.
I felt they would be out of place here.
You never know.
It's true. It's true. What with climate change?
They're red. It's a
Yeah.
very popular color.
That's true. That's true. You took me bird watching in Cuba.
I did take you bird watching in Cuba. You saw a bird.
At least one. At
Yes.
least one bird was seen by me. Yes. And you have appeared in my zombie running game.
I have. I've made a guest appearance in the zombie running game. And in my guest appearance, Canada has been out of communication with England for months because of the zombies.
I mean, we're all aware, right, that the zombie apocalypse is imminent. So,
It
you know, I
was
hope
imminent
everybody's-
several years ago. I think it may have come and gone, and look at these people. It's already happened. Anyway, there I was. I was in the CN Tower, which is a very large structure, because zombies can't climb stairs very well. Just keep that in mind. And then zombies go up. There I was, and we had reestablished radio contact. And I was describing what had become of Canada under the zombie apocalypse. The entire government had become zombified. This was under the Harper regime. It's come back to life. In fact, we have a prime minister that is so cool, we can't get used to it. Canada's not used to being cool, except in temperature. Yeah, so we keep saying, when is this going to when do we have to stop living up to being hip? Which is terrible responsibility. Anyway, there I was, and not only the government had gone, but the entire NHL hockey, all of the hockey teams, zombies on skates. You know, it doesn't work. So it was a great tragedy.
Yes.
But that's enough of the zombies.
Is that enough of the zombies
I
now?
think for now.
Yeah,
Yes,
for now.
unless you want
yeah.
to add to that.
Well, I was going to say, we had a great response to having an episode with you in. People love it. One person wrote to me and said, why are there all these cliches about Canada in here? We're not all ice hockey players. And I wanted to write back going, Margaret Atwood wrote this.
You're not all ice hockey players, but you're almost all.
So listen, do you want to talk about your book at all, or like your writing?
My writing.
Yeah.
Yes, let's talk about that.
Yeah, should we do that for a bit? Would you like to read us some of your new book, The Heart Goes Lost?
Yes, I will set the stage for you. On the cover, you have two orange people, and one of them is Stan and the other one is Charmaine. And when they presented this cover to me, neither of them were smiling. And I said, make Charmaine smiling, but Stan not. So they did. And that gives you a hint. Charmaine is generally a chirpier person than Stan. But Stan, except for moments when he gets carried away romantically, is more of a realist than Charmaine.
Yes.
So in the world of The Heart Goes Lost, which I did in fact begin as an online serial, there has been a financial collapse, sort of like 2008. In fact, very similar to 2008, only bigger. And Stan and Charmaine, who used to have a nice house and jobs, find themselves without their house and their jobs, and they're living in their car. And that is how the novel begins, but then they're offered an alternative lifestyle inside a social experiment called the Positron Project. And the Positron Project, you live inside a town which has a big wall around it, because once you're in, you don't get out. You sign up for the duration. And inside the town there is a prison. And this scheme provides full employment because 1 month you live in the town and act as a guard or other person in the town, and then you switch over, and the next month you spend in the prison. And then the month after that you're back in the town. And so half of the population is in the prison while the other half is living in the town, and vice versa, which not only provides full employment, but also cuts in half the cost of living, because it's sort of like a timeshare. When you're in your house, your alternates are in prison, but when you're in prison, your alternates are in your house. So you switch over on switchover day, and thereby hangs a tale. In fact, thereby hangs this tale, because you're never supposed to meet your alternates, much less fall in love with them, but ... I'm of the generation where there were a lot of dots. I regret them. You know, I mourn their passing. We've had to become much more explicit since those days.
Do you think it's a problem, like having to actually say it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I think it is. Once upon a time we could say in the romantic novels that I was reading, actually I was reading romantic magazines at the age of 16, you could say, and then they were one, ... You didn't have to go into any details. So it left a lot to the reader's imagination, and what imaginations they were.
That's always the argument for lingerie, isn't it? Whatever is left to the imagination is more sexy.
Do you think so? We could test that out experimentally.
Oh, with our audience right now?
Well, okay, think of spacesuits.
Yes.
Everything is left to the imagination, but are they more sexy?
I see what you're saying. But on the other hand, a novel completely composed of dots, also not that sexy.
We could try it. It would certainly save writing time. Just hold your finger on the dot for 300 pages.
We could just go and do more.
It's very French.
Yes.
You know?
You heard it here first. Next novel.
Yes. French people, go to town. It's your idea. All right, so first page is called Cramped, and we are hearing the voice of Charmaine, who, as I said, is a chirpier and more optimistic person than Stan is, but she has to work at it, as all we chirpy people do, don't we? Sleeping in the car is cramped. Being a third-hand Honda, it's no palace to begin with. If it was a van, they'd have more room, but fat chance of affording one of those, even back when they thought they had money. Stan says they're lucky to have any kind of a car at all, which is true, but their luckiness doesn't make the car any bigger. Charmaine feels that Stan ought to sleep in the back because he needs more space. It would only be fair. He's larger, but he has to be in the front in order to drive them away fast in an emergency. He doesn't trust Charmaine's ability to function under those circumstances. He says she'd be too busy screaming to drive. So Charmaine can have the more spacious back, though even so she has to curl up like a snail because she can't exactly stretch out. They keep the windows mostly closed because of the mosquitoes and the gangs and the solitary vandals. The solitaries don't usually have guns or knives. If they have those kinds of weapons, you have to get out of there triple fast. But they're more likely to be batshit crazy. And a crazy person with a piece of metal or a rock or even a high-heeled shoe can do a lot of damage. They'll think you're a demon or the undead or a vampire horror, and no kind of reasonable thing you might do to calm them down will cancel out that opinion. The best thing with crazy people, Grandma Wynne used to say, the only thing really, is to be somewhere else. With the window shut except for a crack at the top, the air gets dead and supersaturated with their own smells. There aren't many places where they can grab a shower or wash their clothes, and that makes Stan irritable. It makes Charmaine irritable too, but she tries her best to stamp on that feeling and look on the bright side, because what's the use of complaining? What's the use of anything, she often thinks, but what's the use of even thinking, what's the use? So instead she says, honey, let's just cheer up.
Oh, that was great. Can you tell us a bit about how this book started out? So there's this dystopian world. Where does this particular dystopia come from?
Well, I think that everything I write and everything that everybody writes ultimately comes from real life. And I think it comes from my having been in quite an odd prison protest march before starting this book. And the prison protest march was a march to get them to not cancel the farm program that was associated with the Kingston Penitentiary. And indeed, in this farm program, they had a herd of heritage cows, which was going to be dispersed when they canceled the program, which of course they did. But I found myself in this march with a lot of, I won't call them elderly hippies, but I will call them highly motivated, idealistic people, such as myself, and a donkey called Stormy the Donkey. Anyway, thinking about prisons and having written Alias Grace, which was set in that very same 19th century penitentiary, and having visited a number of them, particularly in Australia, which, as you know, started as a penal colony, it starts you thinking about what are these for? You know, where did they come from? Why do we do this? Why do we put people inside buildings? What did we do amongst the hunter-gatherers when there was no permanent architecture? Well, as it turns out, we didn't have prisons then because we didn't have buildings. So basically, they just killed people. If they were a threat to the community, they killed them. There wasn't much else you could do. But then we got architecture, and you can see it happening in the Horus Dea when we moved from death by furies to trial by jury. Some people may think that's the same thing, but it was a change. And then moving on to the notion of prisons for profit. And there aren't any prisons for profit in Canada, because Canada is such an agreeable place. They're not quite prisons for profit, although somebody's making money out of them, of course. But in the United States, there are actually some pretty big prison for profit, privately run establishments. And the problem with those is that you don't really make your profit unless you keep the prisons full. So it is an incentive to produce more criminals or to criminalize more activities. But who ultimately pays for that? Well, actually you do. So all of that thinking went into it, plus the knowledge that in some of these, particularly upstate New York or, say, Michigan towns, the prison is the only real industry left in the town. It's a Rust Belt phenomenon, among other things, and also a Deep South phenomenon. So there's a great political incentive to keep it going, because if you close it down, a lot of people in the town then lose their jobs. So all of that thinking, and I thought, well, how could we perfect this system? You know, by making it full employment, jobs for everyone. And the solution turned out to be 1 month in, 1 month out. The only problem is you have to get rid of the real criminals because they're too disruptive. So I'll leave you to read on and find out what happens to them.
Potentially a hunter-gatherer style solution there.
Oh, no, Naomi, not quite. Remember, it's for profit. Something profitable happens to them, not profitable to them.
So it's interesting. The Heart Goes Last is set in the United States,
Yes.
rather than in Canada.
Canada's a difficult place to set real dystopias because, as we have just seen, Canada's too shrieking nice to go all the way. You know, when it looked as if we were heading that way, all sorts of Canadians got together and formed citizens activist political groups and diselected the former government. So we owe our new, hip, sexy prime minister to a lot of citizens activist groups who didn't necessarily want a cool, hip person, but they wanted not to have the person that they previously had. And that sentiment was quite widespread. And you even saw scientists forming activist groups. Can you imagine such a thing? Because the scientists employed by the federal government, paid for by the public, were not allowed to tell the public what they were discovering. You know, even to the point of Viking artifacts. Apparently we weren't supposed to talk about Viking artifacts because it might have given the dreaded Norwegians a claim or defend against them. Yeah, so some rather odd thinking was going on in the higher reaches of government.
Is there much danger of Norway invading Canada?
You never know. You can't be too careful. There were no Vikings. We're not allowed to talk about them. Yeah, so it was like that. Weird.
Well, so it's really interesting because, of course, you are a tremendous champion of Canadian literature and Canadian writers. Does it suggest that you need somewhere to be a bit nastier, though, for some writing?
Well, I think the writing itself is quite nasty. So it's not in the Canadian writing that the niceness of Canada. In fact, there are a lot of areas of Canadian life in which you don't see this fabled Canadian niceness. But I think the previous government had gone a step too far in the other direction for the average Canadian who didn't recognize him or herself in that kind of model, as it were.
So to come back to the novel slightly, I know that when you write dystopian fiction, which this is not your first one, this is not.
No,
not. Well, should we talk a bit about dystopias? Why write a dystopia?
Well, once upon a time, I think utopias and dystopias both are blueprints in which the reader thinks, first, how would I do? Sort of like your Zombies Run game. How would I make out? Would I be able to run fast enough to get the water bottle, etc.? How would I work it out in such a situation? And I think a lot of this comes from having lived in the 20th century. People lived through World War I, but more particularly through World War II. And there's a lot of imagining that goes on, like what would I have done, etc. And we all have pretty heroic ideas of what we would have done, which are probably quite false. We probably would have done less heroic things and been more subject to fate than we like to imagine. But that kind of imagining. In the 19th century, there was a huge spate of utopias, thousands, literally thousands of them. And utopian communities also were set up then. But it goes back further than that. For instance, the United States itself, in its beginning, was a utopian experiment done by the Puritans who thought they were going to set up the kingdom of God on earth and they were going to be better than everybody else and they were going to be a city upon a hill, a light to all nations. Has that worked out? Not entirely, although in some areas such as Coca-Cola, it kind of has. A city upon a hill, a drink to all nations. So
teaching the world to sing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Living in Canada, slightly north of this, we get a fishbowl look at everything as it develops. But now that we have the internet, everybody's getting a fishbowl look. In fact, in an Indian newspaper, what did I see right up at the top? But Donald Trump. Donald Trump, here, you can't escape. Looking actually kind of sane. I mean, what kind of editorializing was that? He didn't have his mouth open and he wasn't screaming. He was actually looking kind of pleasant. Is that wishful thinking? Is that utopian? Anyway, 19th century utopias, because people had made a lot of improvements and they had discovered germs and they had discovered anesthetics and sewer systems and all of these other wonderful things such as steam engines that were going to make the world so much better. But that was not sustainable once we'd had World War I and indeed World War II. You couldn't think in such positive terms and be believed. I have to say H.G. Wells was there first. He wrote Time Machine and War of the Worlds before World War I, so opinion was already turning. Maybe it wasn't going to be as good as people thought. And right now we live in both of those ways of thinking. On the one hand, things are going to get so much better because think of all of the astonishing discoveries and improvements that we are making. On the other hand, things are going to get a lot worse because think of climate change and food shortages and all of the other things that we now know about. So which is going to get there first? The utopian vision or the dystopian vision? Or is it going to be a mix? Utopian for some, dystopian for others, as it is at the moment. So I quote William Gibson, author of Neuromancer. I quote him again. I've done it before, but I'm going to do it again. The future is already here, but it is unevenly distributed. And that is where we are. So my answer to you is, why not? Why wouldn't I write dystopias? I do get some pushback from my publishers. They want me to write either agreeable 19th century historical fiction, which we find comforting because it's in the past. So you always know how it came out. You know, you're not going to be left hanging looking into a future that's unknown. So I understand that. I like reading historical fiction. I like it a lot. Right now I'm stuck into Wolf Hall, the TV version, and what nice clothing they had in the Renaissance, to be sure, although it was unevenly distributed. So there's that, or else they would like me to write social realism, sort of like Blind Assassin. And I enjoy writing those kinds of things too, but I don't see why one can't write both. Currently I'm at work on a comic book series. Did you know this now?
I did not know that. What is your comic book series?
I surprised her. My comic book series is part of a bird conservation initiative in which, because I'm quite into bird conservation and there are economic reasons why you should be too. We can talk about that later if you
Essentially,
want to know.
is it that birds are, as it were, the canaries in the coal mine?
Birds are the canaries in the coal mine, but they're also essential to forest systems, and as it turns out, to fish. Mm-hmm. So shorebirds and seabirds, when there are colonies of them, exponentially increase the numbers of fish. We can go into the reasons for that, but we won't right now.
No.
Anywhere
back to your graphic
there are
novel.
good reasons for being into bird conservation. The big killers of birds, apart from habitat destruction, are glass buildings with the lights on, but above all, in North America, it's cats. However, everybody loves their pussy-wussy, so you can't say death to cats or anything like that.
But would you say death to cats if you could?
No, I wouldn't, because I've always been a cat person. It was my longing in my youth to have a cat. I was not allowed to have one because we lived up in the woods for so often, but I finally got my hands on one, immediately dressed it up in a bonnet, as one does. And I've had them through the years very constantly, so I know and understand them and their, I won't even call them owners, the people upon...
Servants.
Yes.
Yeah.
The people upon whom they are parasitic. I understand that. So how do you deal with that? How do And conservation organizations have tiptoed around this subject, because they don't want phalanx of rabid cat owners sending them death threats, basically. So I devised a superhero called Angel Catbird, and if you put Angel Catbird into your search engine, you can even see the picture of him, because I have a very good illustrator. His name really is Johnny Christmas. Didn't make it up.
That does sound like a gangster name.
So I'm emailing back and forth with Johnny Christmas saying, could you put some pants on him, please? What shall the pants be like? No, I don't like those pants. Let's make them feather pants. So we did quite a bit of that. And Angel Catbird is the result of a collision between a cat, an owl, a car, and a genetic super splicer.
Yeah, these are very, very common accidents these days.
They are. It used to be a vat of chemicals. I mean, I didn't go all the way and have the Superman solution of another planet. I didn't do that. But I go way back with the comics. And I was, in fact, a child of the comic book generation. And I can remember all of the ways in which one becomes a superhero.
There are so many.
There are a lot.
Yes, you can be bitten by radioactive spiders.
Yes.
Yes, you can be exposed to gamma radiation.
That too, but
Yeah.
that's kind of old hat.
So what does Angel Catbird go around doing?
Well, first of all, he has an identity crisis.
All right.
Yeah, half cat, half bird. Do I save this or do I eat it? So he's got involved with some other people who are also mutants, some of them having inherited it. And one of them indeed is called Count Catula. And Count Catula is a combination of a cat, a bat, and a vampire.
Right.
We like him. Yes, we've got the picture of him already. He looks very good. He has a mustache and an outfit, sort of Transylvanian-looking outfit. And there's a super villain, but we won't go into that. That's coming out in September, so look forward. But it's all part of this cat awareness program, and we'll give you helpful hints about that.
All of this makes me want to ask a sort of broad question about your career, where you've already talked about how your publishers would like you to maybe write modern realism or 19th century novels and not be wandering off into dystopias. But you're also somebody who is clearly read incredibly widely. Not, one can obviously discuss 19th century Russian novels with you, but also Ray Bradbury and also talk about comic books. I suppose I have two questions. One is, what do you think of those sort of distinctions people make between high culture and low culture?
That never happened until fairly recently. But having gone to university in the days of Northrop Frye, the literary critic who was one of my teachers, he didn't make those distinctions. He said people should read whatever they want. He was then quite happy to point out the archetypal similarities between, for instance, Superman and God. It's high, low, whatever.
Well, Superman and Moses, certainly, being put in a basket and sent off down a river to another planet / Pharaoh's palace.
Very good, Naomi.
Thank you. Yeah.
You get an A.
Yeah, thank you. Shall I do another one? Hamlet and Batman. The avenging of the parent.
Exactly, yes.
And the fact that the avenging of the parent, the attempt to avenge the murder of the parent, sends you absolutely crackers.
You think Batman is crackers?
Well, I think he's bats. I think he's got bats in his belfry. The Joker is the smile that Batman cannot crack. So basically the Joker is the man who smiles and smiles and is a villain. Okay, now...
Very good. What about Catwoman? Who would that be? Ophelia after death?
Who would Catwoman be? I'll come back to that.
Think about it.
Yeah, I'll think about it.
Maybe it's from a different play.
Yeah.
Maybe it's from a different author altogether.
Maybe.
Oh,
Maybe
well.
it's from some other archetype, Catwoman.
Might be, yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, so therefore I've never been too worried about those distinctions, but also having grown up in the woods in northern Canada where there was no television, no theater, no schools, basically no other people. But there were a lot of written materials. So I did learn to read quite early, partly so I could read the funny papers, so other people wouldn't read them to me. And then nobody ever told me not to read a book. So I just went through whatever was there, which was quite a mix, including a lot of those lurid Dell mysteries that used to have the eye on the spine and the keyhole, you know. And inside there would be a map. You know that game Clue? Came from that kind of detective story. So Mr. Green and the conservatory with a pipe wrench, because there always was a conservatory. These were country houses. So I read all of those at far too early an age. I read Edgar Allan Poe when I should not have done so. I was too young for Dissolving Bodies.
I did too,
So I did
actually.
all of that, and it's my addiction, so I will actually read anything. There's something you should all be aware of. There's a book here at this very festival that was written by a 15-year-old author and got published, and it's called The Immortal Dead. So when I'm in the bookstore signing my book, I shall acquire this. I would like to see what a 15-year-old author has to say about dead people. I think it's a little early, you know, too concerned with them, but I said maybe he should wait a bit, but no, he plunged right into the dead people. I think that's another thing that's come back. Vinyl records are coming back, typewriters are coming back. The Kremlin is now using typewriters because they don't leak digitally, and dead people are coming back in more ways than
In
one.
a very real sense.
Yeah, I think for a long time you weren't supposed to talk about them, but
That's
they're
true.
back.
Yeah. In 5 minutes' time, we're going to go for questions. So start having a think out there about your questions. Is there any writing gig out there, or any kind of writing that you haven't done yet that you would really like to get your teeth into?
There are a number of ones that I haven't done yet, but those are not ones I would like to get my teeth into, partly because I know I wouldn't be any good at them. So the Western novel, I could not do. Couldn't do it. Other people have done it. They've even reimagined it brilliantly, but can't do that. The romantic Mills and Boons type of novel, I did think when I was 16 and wanted to be a writer, and everybody was saying, how will you make a living? So I decided
How's it gone?
Yes, that I would make a living by writing true romance fiction, which I thought shouldn't be too hard. So I went and got myself a stack of these magazines, which in those days had always the woman on the cover with the tear coming out. And in the background there would be another woman and a man locked in a romantic embrace. So that's the story right there. And I thought, I can do this. So I set out at the age of 15 to do this. I could get the plots. What I could not get was the dots. You know, I just couldn't do it, could not do the dots. That's why my obsession with dots. It's a challenge that I failed to meet. So that, I can't write classic science fiction. I can't do the other planets.
Right.
Not good at it. Other people are. I will therefore read their brilliant books about other planets, but I can't write them myself. And I can't write fantasy. Not good at dragons.
Right.
Dragons anyway, the epitome, the high point of dragons, it's in Ursula K. Le Guin. Best dragons. Game of Thrones dragons, not even close. They're basically flamethrowers. They don't have conversations.
Yeah. Yeah. You put Ursula Le Guin dragons over Tolkien dragons.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. Tolkien dragons are pretty standard flamethrowers, although they can talk. I think hers talk much more interestingly than his. But he just wanted them to be villains, whereas she has a much more nuanced what am I talking about? The dragons are more Proustian.
Yeah. But that's the Northrop Frye position, right? Where
Pretty much. Read anything.
Yeah,
And
read
then
anything.
Make of it what you will.
Yeah.
And what he always said about children is let them loose. Let them read what appeals to them and that they find interesting, and they will then discover as they grow out of, or maybe not, they will discover other books. Whereas if you put them off books completely by telling them it's all hard work, they will never get to those other books.
Now, okay, before we go to questions,
And that's why I support Wattpad, which is the online platform where you can write, where kids, a lot of kids actually are writing their steamy vampire and dragon stories and putting them up in serial form. And I wish I had had that when I was in high school, because when I was in high school, the only place you could publish as a child writer was the school yearbook.
yes, I got banned from my school yearbook.
I'm not surprised. Your parents, your teachers, and your peer group would all know it was you. Whereas on Wattpad, you can have a pseudonym. You can be Flaming Wings of Scarlet Fire, and nobody will know.
How did you know?
Yes, well, just one look at you. So you can go to town on it and get positive feedback, because it's a pretty positive site. So I think it's a great encourager to young writers, and we know that when they think they have an audience, they up their game. They actually put more work into it. They want to be good.
I have a question for you before we go, because as you know, you and I are very much on the same page regarding high culture and low culture and the sort of nonsense of these distinctions and fantasy and sci-fi and so on. I had one thing put to me by the novelist Linda Grant, actually, who is not a fantasy sci-fi person.
She doesn't have to be.
No.
Other people will do that for her.
Yeah, and like, I feel like it's fine not to like that. And I said to her, which I think the thing that I often say, which is, well, if you want to go and look for weird monsters attacking people, you go to Homer. If you want to read something about witches casting spells on people, you just look at Shakespeare. And fairies casting spells on people, Shakespeare, which is incidentally very relevant to this novel. And she said...
There aren't any fairies in it, though.
There aren't any
actual fairies in it. Rest easy.
Rest easy.
No
yes.
actual fairies.
So she said to me, yes, but the thing is, those things were written at a time when people believed in them. And I thought, oh, that's interesting.
She thinks they don't believe in them now.
Well, I thought maybe I grew up a bit believing in a lot of these things.
Well,
so.
we actually don't know what they believed.
Yeah.
In point of fact. I think that Homer was still going great guns, and spin-offs from Homer were still going great guns at the time of the Romans, who were pretty skeptical about all of that, actually. I mean, they had a sort of pseudo-belief, much akin to, is there a Santa Claus? But when you get to a point where you're making emperors into gods, more or less, by a vote in the Senate, you're pretty far from the actual supernatural.
Yeah. I think that's very true. All right. Do we have questions? I think there's somebody with a roving mic, and there should be hands going up.
We have 3 mics. Let's start with a question from the very back, given that the back gets neglected all too often.
Oh yes, that's true.
Is there a question at the back?
They're at the back.
There's one in the middle.
Okay, let's go for the middle.
They don't want you to see them. There's one right there. I can see them waving their hand around.
Okay. You were talking about not distinguishing or wiping out the distinctions between high and low literature. And P.D. James did something very interesting when she turned Pride and Prejudice into Death Comes to Pemberley. She mixed, Jane Austen with detective fiction. Would you ever consider doing something like that, mixing 2 genres and, sort of producing something entirely new?
Yes. In point of fact, right now, I'm part of the the Hogarth Shakespeare Project, which invited 12, 13, or 14 novelists to choose a play of Shakespeare and revisit it in prose novel form. I don't mean rewrite. Heaven forfend. I would never rewrite Shakespeare. But inspired by, akin to, connected with. And for instance, Yo Nesbo, the murder writer, is doing Macbeth, which is very appropriate because there are a lot of murders in it. Ann Tyler is doing Taming of the Shrew. Edward St. Aubyn is doing Lear. And Jeanette Winterson has already published her book, a takeoff from The Winter's Tale, which is called The Gap of Time. Howard Jacobson is doing one called Shylock Is My Name, in which apparently somebody encounters Shylock in a cemetery and they have a conversation. I haven't read it yet.
I haven't either.
But it's about to come out. And my one is The Tempest. Quite a challenge, but so interesting. It makes you take a very deep dive into the play. And I've discovered some things about it that I didn't know before I took this on. So that will come out in October, and the name of it is Hagseed. Hagseed is one of the names that Prospero calls Caliban. So I'm doing it before your very eyes, although I wouldn't say I'm taking a high art form and turning it into a low art form. Shakespeare is the great model of somebody who constantly mixed levels of rhetoric. So the aristocrats speak rather highfalutin iambic pentameter, but the comic characters, and he always puts some in, they speak low vernacular and behave in a disreputable way. And Shakespeare did that because his audience was composed of all different kinds of people. It was not an audience of all aristocrats the way French theater developed in the 18th century. So they always expected and got a low character scene, and they always expected and got a fight scene or conflict of some kind. So he mixed it up. He was mixing it up even then, and I think in the English tradition, that's much more accepted than it is in some other literature traditions. So thank you, Shakespeare, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Where is it less accepted?
Where is it not accepted? Let's ask where it's not accepted.
Yeah.
I think there is an idea, and it came in the last third of the 19th century, the novel as an art form. It did come from France, and then made its way into people like Oscar Wilde and Henry James, etc. So the novel as art, it wasn't considered art before that time. It was considered a low form. Poetry was the high form, which was why women wrote novels with impunity, although they often changed their names into male names, but they wrote them. It wasn't considered too high for them, but there are very few women poets in the 19th century. It was considered too intellectual a form for them.
Yes, our poor brains.
Their tiny, weeny brains.
We have time for two very, very short questions. So the lady here in the middle who's been waving her hand for a long time, and then the gentleman in the white jacket, and then I'm afraid we'll have to finish.
Thank you, Margaret.
Where are you? Wave your hand. There you
Can
are.
you hear me? Thank you very much for the Heart Goes Last.
Could you eat the mic? Right up. It's not working? Another one.
Margaret, thank you for The Heart Goes Last. There is a robot element to the story, and I was wondering whether you could comment on how you feel about the prospect of sharing your life with robots.
Well, I'm a bit too old to have to seriously consider that. You think I'm not? No. So you think the robots are going to arrive sooner than we think? Well, to some extent, we're already sharing our lives with robots, although we may not call them that. But there are a lot of things in our lives that are now digital and automated that didn't used to be. So this is certainly an area that is proceeding at great speed. If you troll around on the internet, you will find not only the prostibots, but you will find helper robots that look and talk really quite a lot like real people, although there's just enough divergence to make them creepy. And I am old enough to remember the Stepford Wives, and they themselves come from a long, long line of such imaginings and actual devices. In fact, I gave a talk at a robotics conference recently called Robots in My Life and Art, and the provenance of these artificial creatures, it goes way back to Homer. In fact, it goes even further back to the non-human creatures created to descend to the underworld in the Inanna hymn cycle of Mesopotamia. So our idea of creating artificial beings and people, it's very, very old. In Homer, it's in the passage on the forging of Achilles' armor by the smith god Hephaestus, who has, get this, he has a number of girl assistants made of gold. Of course, they would be girl assistants, would they not? We can imagine, sort of like the magician and the helper. I'm your assistant. Yeah, so this goes back a long, long time. And the difference between then and now is that then we could imagine things, and now we can create our imaginings to a much greater extent than we ever have been able to do before. So I hand it over to you, further generations, present and future generations younger than me, to decide what you're going to do in this area. But just remember, if people can think it, and if they like what they're thinking, they're probably going to be trying to do it.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm doing a PhD research on your few selected novels like The Edible Woman, Surfacing, Lady Oracle, Life Before Man, Bodily Harm, and Handmaid's Tale.
Yes.
In all novels, all characters face exploitation by male in male domination society, and at last all protagonists decide to free from the exploitation of male domination society, and they want to live life as a free person without being a handmade doll by men. So ma'am, how will they live free? Because they will meet to men everywhere. Why the women empowerment not working properly? And which are the points that make this movement as failure?
Oh, you think it's a failure? Look around you. Who's in the audience? Yeah, so everything goes by stages. And let me take you back in time. We can all vote. You can sit down, it's okay. We're not all going to stare at you. So once upon a time, there was some differences of opinion as to whether women were human beings or not. Hands up, everyone who thinks they are not human beings. No hands went up. Okay, the movement to allow women as human beings was a success. You will grant that. Yes. There was then a big debate as to whether women should be allowed higher education. First, there was one as to whether they should be allowed to read. And that has pretty much been won, except in certain quite poor areas of the world where people can't read anyway. So, do you think that part was a failure? Women can read, okay. Then there was one about higher education. Should they be allowed to go to university? There was a big debate in the 19th century about that. Hands up, everybody who thinks women should not be allowed to go to university.
Yeah.
Okay, so that one got one, right? And then there was one about whether they should be allowed to have jobs, earn their own money. Everybody who thinks they should not be allowed to have jobs and earn their own money. You see, it goes by stages. Then there was a big debate about bloomer suits and riding bicycles, the end of the 19th century. It was thought that that bloomer suits, which got rid of corsets, it was thought that women's bodies were so floppy that if they got rid of corsets, the women would just dissolve into puddles on the floor. That seems to have been disproven. Riding bicycles was not only bad for them because they could ride their bicycles off into the country and have disreputable sex, and for the same reason, zippers were preached against. So they seem to have won the bicycle thing, despite lots of propaganda saying that if you rode bicycles, you would get something called bicycle face. Bicycle face was you would be going so fast that your face would all be pulled out. People would actually pay money for that now, but it turned out not to be true, unfortunately. Unfortunately. So all of these things go by issue. And I would say that there have been three waves of feminism in the 20th and now early 21st century. First wave was about getting the vote. Seems to have been won, don't you think? Women can vote, not that they always do, but they can, most places. And number two came at the end of the 60s and into the 70s, and that was about body image, gender differences, equality, equal pay for equal work and jobs, and at the beginning, whether you should wear lipstick. That disappeared pretty quickly, but I was against that part of it. I think people should be able to do to their faces whatever they want, and if everybody looked the same, we would all get very bored. So that one, and now we have the present one, and if you talk to women who are in their teens and 20s, you will hear that the present wave is about violence against women. So, rape and murder. That's the subject of conversation right now. So, looked at as a whole, I would by no means say that the push for better treatment of women has been a failure. I don't think it has been a total success. But then my view of human beings is that things do go by stages and in cycles. And I do point out to you that I have one whole novel in which the narrator is entirely a man. And that would be Oryx and Crake. And I wrote that because I kept getting questions like yours. Why are you always writing about women? Meow, meow, meow. So I had written about men before, but people never noticed that. If you put a man character in a book by a woman, the people asking that question never noticed that. So I made it entirely by a man. First question out of everybody's mouth is, why did you write it from the point of view of a man? Couldn't you have told the story from the point of view of a woman? What's the matter with you? So it's hard to win that one. But on the whole, I would say that it's a process, and you can't change the position of women without changing the position of men, and vice versa. And I would also say that no major gains have ever been made by women without the help of some men. That's just historically been true. And there you are.
I think that's a wonderful note for us to end on, I'm afraid we will have to end there. Let's give a huge thank you to Margaret Atwood. Thank you also to Naomi Alderman for the interview, and this session was presented by Amity University. As I mentioned earlier, Margaret will be doing a signing, and she is prepared to do that for a little while, so there's no need to panic. If you don't have a book, you will have time to go to the Full Circle bookstore, pick up a copy or multiple copies of her books, and bring those back here to the Rajnigandha Silver Pearls front lawn, The signing area is in the far left corner of the lawn. The red and white box you'll find there is the signing area. Please do make an orderly line and have your books signed. And I will really request that nobody obstructs Margaret's journey as she is making her way to the book signing area, as a sign of courtesy to the author and appreciation for her presence here. The festival has been trying to get her here for 7 years. We don't want to crush her on her way out. Thank you. For those of you interested in the next sessions going in, I'll run you quickly through what's happening here at the Rajnigandha Silver Pearls front lawn. The next session is called Selfie. We have quite the lineup for that, including Stephen Fry, Helen MacDonald, Blake Morrison, Bridget Keenan, Christina Lang, Esther Ford, and that's moderated by Samanth Subramaniam. That session will be presented by the Hindustan Times, and it will go on in just under 10 minutes. In the Charbagh venue, there's a session going in now called Fast Speaking Writers. That's Anne Waldman with hip-hop Australian-Malaysian artist Omar Musa. In the Google Mogul tent, it's the night of 25th of June, the emergency. In Baitak, a session called McCullen, Don McCullen in conversation with William Dalrymple. Mahinda Humanities Centre Durbar Hall is hosting a session now called Readings, Identities. And in the Ford Samvad, the session there is Mirror World, Cornelia Funk in conversation with Anushka Ravishankar. Please do tweet if you've been enjoying the festival. The hashtag is ZJLF, ZEEJLF. Please do tweet. There are prizes going out later for the best and the most frequent tweets. I'll be making more announcements about that later on. And speaking of prizes, there is a short story competition being run by the Rajnigandha Lounge here at the back of the Rajnigandha Silver Pearls front lawn. That short story competition is the very short stories indeed of 6 words. So if you feel inspired to write a short story of 6 words, do deliver it to the Rajnigandha Lounge. Prizes will be awarded later for the best story of the day.
हीरे मोती से कब तुलती हैं खुशियाँ, शोहरत दिल की कमाल, बाजार में कब बिकती हैं खुशियाँ, शोहरत दिल की कमाल, दिल
अच्छाई की एक अलग चमक होती है। रजनीगंधा सिल्वर पर्ल्स, सिल्वर कोटेड इलायची।
Hello. We're clearly expecting a very large crowd for this session, so we're going to have to be very mindful of each other. In this aisle here, so this is going to be true through the whole festival, so I'll just keep saying it. But this aisle here, you cannot stand there.
What if
You're obstructing the
make your
view
city cleaner?
of those people behind you, so we can't have you there, I'm afraid. We need to keep that aisle clear. If you're going to be in
What if a
this
newspaper
access
could stop
aisle
your traffic
here, you will need to sit down so you're not blocking the view of people behind you, but you may sit there. So anyone in this horizontal row, please move away, you can't stay there, and we'll have to move you on, I'm afraid.
What if a newspaper could make
The
you
session will go on in about 2
safer?
minutes.
Let's raise issues. Let's solve issues. Hindustan Times. Let's make news better. What if a newspaper could make your city cleaner? What if a newspaper could solve your traffic woes? What if a newspaper could switch on a street light? What if a newspaper could make you feel safer? Let's raise issues. Let's solve issues. Hindustan Times. Let's make news better.
It's not, I think, who's presenting?
The next session, selfie, will be starting in around 1 minute, but I will have to repeat the announcement about clearing space so that nobody's getting squashed. Once again, in this aisle here, please don't stand there, you'll be obstructing the view of people behind you. Obviously, there are many people wanting to see this session. We don't want any injuries, so please do be mindful of one another. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rajnigandha Silver Pearls Front Lawns for the second session of the day, clearly very much anticipated. Please join me in welcoming to the stage for the session Selfie, presented by Hindustan Times, Stephen Fry, Helen McDonald, Blake Morrison, Bridget Keenan, Christina Lam, Esther Ford, and the moderator Samant Subramaniam. There will be signings after the session back in the book signing area. I've told you this before, but in case anyone's missed it, that signing area is at the far left corner of the Rajnigandha Silver Pearls Front Lawn. There will be signings there. Please do not crush the authors on the way to the signing. We're really trying to look after their well-being. and there will be a Q&A session at the end of the discussion.
Okay.
Are you taking a selfie? If you want to tweet about the session, please do so. The hashtag is ZJLF, ZEEJLF. There are prizes going out for the best and most frequent tweets later today. And for those of you who don't know where the bookshop is, it's the Full Circle Bookstore over near the Charbagh venue over this way. Please do make your way there for books after the session, and you can happily have those signed once the session is over.
Sorry, Graham. Water. Goodness me.
Not yet. Oh.
I've just been informed also that there are questions coming up on the screen here. If you wish to participate in the discussion, keep an eye on those questions, and you can participate in the conversations there online.
Say that I was brought up not to talk about myself,
Yeah.
so writing.
So you wrote it instead.
So,
No, they're all. Okay, I think maybe I'll start sort of introductory remarks while Esther's been mic'd up. Welcome to the biggest panel in the history of the Jaipur Literature Festival. There are 7 of us on stage, in case you're counting. At other literary festivals, we would be an audience in and of ourselves. So I think the best way to go about this is to sort of go around with 1, maybe 2 questions apiece. You'll all get 7 minutes to talk each. Please distill all your wisdom into 7 minutes, your life's experiences, all of that, and we can proceed. The panel is titled Selfie, and the sort of the topic we'll be talking about is memoir writing, the art of the memoir, why we write memoirs, and it might be useful to sort of distinguish memoir from autobiography for a little bit. Autobiography, in my opinion at least, is sort of a comprehensive account of one's life. I think a memoir is sort of more narrowly focused, maybe on certain ideas or events or a particular phase in your life that you think changed you and made you the person you are. But, this definition is open to interpretation. Please do feel free to contradict me. Bridget, if we start with you.
oh, well, I don't know.
I haven't asked a question yet, though. It's on. No, I think what I was going to say is your 2 works as a trailing spouse, as you call it, fit so classically into this definition of memoir, right? Where you went with your husband to these amazing places and had adventures. And I wanted to ask you sort of what the genesis was of these 2 books. When you decided to sit down and put them into memoir form? I mean, what was the impetus to do that?
Right, well, I have to start off by saying that writing memoirs fills me with total guilt, because I was brought up in a generation that was not allowed to speak about itself. So when I was a little girl, if I talked about myself or said anything about my emotions, somebody would say, oh, we've got a little touch of me-itis today, have we? Or they'd say, oh, something that put you down, little Miss Notice box. And then I went into journalism, and when I went into journalism, which was decades ago, you were never allowed to use the word I or talk about your own experiences. You had to always report in the 3rd person. Anyway, then I married a journalist. Oh, sorry, I didn't marry a journalist at all. I married a diplomat. Yes, sorry. I was thinking about being a journalist and marrying a diplomat. And my diplomat husband was posted to places around the world, and I wrote a book about Kashmir from India, and I wrote a book about Damascus in Syria, and then we were posted to Kazakhstan. I don't know whether any of you have been to Kazakhstan. Have you? Have you really?
Yes. I wouldn't write to you on stage in front of these people.
The memoir is upcoming.
Good. And in Kazakhstan, I didn't speak Russian, I didn't speak Kazakh. There were no old buildings to look at. True or false, Helen? And I couldn't think of anything to write about. Actually, there was one story I wanted to write, but I wasn't allowed to write it. It was about how when they opened the big gulag in Karaganda in 1992, when the Soviet Union collapsed, none of the prisoners left because they had nowhere to go. And I wasn't allowed to write that story. Anyway, so then I turned to my diaries, which I'd always kept, and I put them into these two books that were referred to. And basically, they were just about me. And I sort of felt riddled with guilt that all I could think of is to write about me. And when I give talks, all I talk about is me. And I wish I could talk about the Afghan war or anything except me. But anyway, it's obviously addictive because I've just finished a memoir about my childhood in India, because I was born in India. My father was in the Indian Army. He was very proud to serve in the 17th Dogra Regiment. But writing this memoir has kind of confused me about memory, because I can't remember the number plate of my car, but I can remember how to say Little Miss Muffet in Hindustani. And I was taught this when I was 6.
Please.
And shall I say it?
Yes. Hands like this, come on, hands like this.
But it's in Hindustani, and I've probably got it all wrong because I just learnt it. Should I really say it?
Yes, yes, yes.
So, that's it. Mafati mai, doodh malai, ek bara gas pa baita. Ek bara makri, sari ko pakri, bahagya mafati mai.
I think you did it yourself. I think you've won this session.
She wins every session.
Actually, I know somebody in England who can say Humpty Dumpty in Hindustani. He's the same age as me, and his ayah taught him that instead of Mavati Mai.
So did it take a certain kind of conviction to get over this, this trauma of being called Little Miss Notice Box and me-itis? I mean, did it take an act of conviction to write these two books at all, to think that people should be interested in the life that you led?
An act of desperation. Because there really was nothing for me to do, and I really couldn't think of anything to do, so I had to just turn the diaries. And then also, I don't know why, but my husband and I are the kind of people that peculiar things happen to. And I'm thinking of my husband. At one point we were posted in West Africa, and the president of our country, the Gambia, went to London, and there was a dinner given for him by the Lord Mayor. And there were 200 people at this dinner, and it was very English, city, traditional. Everybody had to go in at the same time, and then everybody had to sit down at the same time. And 200 people, or rather 199 people, sat down, and my husband had no chair. So he had to sort of go into a crouch, using his massive thigh muscles to hold him in a crouch so that he wouldn't just literally stick out like a sore thumb in this huge room. So odd things happen to us. So my diary is quite full of peculiar things.
Stephen, I believe you have a Hindi nursery rhyme for us as well.
I have
a Hindustani nursery rhyme.
No, I wish I did. Oh, you're going to
totally unprepared.
I don't have a Hindustani nursery.
Stephen Fry, as you all know, has written a set of 3 memoirs that together constitute a detailed but partial autobiography. Moab is my washpot, The Fry Chronicles, and More Fool Me. So these books are, in case you haven't read them, brutally honest in many instances about various aspects of his life, his sexuality, his cocaine habit, erstwhile, not current, his bipolar disorder. So what does the exercise of writing these memoirs do to you in terms of how you perceive your own life, or these habits, or the framework of your life?
I don't know. It's supposed to be cathartic. People always say, is it very cathartic to write about your life? I don't feel that it necessarily is. I don't feel that I'm draining a poisonous pus out of the great boil of my life. But I think, like a lot of people who have loved reading all their lives, I started out being fascinated by stories about young people growing up, because that's what you're doing when you read, and whether it's Jim Hawkins in Treasure Island, surrounded by these extraordinary figures and going on great adventures, or then later on the one that obsessed me most was David Copperfield, whose opening lines are so wonderfully resonant for this meeting, I suppose. Whether I turn out to be the hero of my life, it is for these pages to decide, he writes when he starts the job of talking about his life, and it's very much Dickens's life, of all the books he wrote, I think. And so I was just always fascinated by casting myself as the hero of my own life. And I think we all do that. We all, as we drop off to sleep at night, we picture ourselves as heroes of one kind or another. And if it's a dangerous fantasy where we think we can fly or open the batting for England or possibly Australia, yeah, I'm sorry about that. 4-0 in the ODIs as well. It's very sad. Anyway, we start playing South Africa today. That's enough about cricket. But if it is a dangerous fantasy in which you see yourself as a hero, I think it has to be escaped, because it's essentially the problem of our culture today is that of grown-ups who should know better, eating children's food, drinking children's sparkly sugar drinks, wearing baseball caps, and going to cinema, which is all about people who can fly or go extremely cold or hot or stretch themselves. It's the entire world, principally America, is leading us, are turning into children. They no longer are capable of eating adult food, drinking adult drinks. Even their drinks are cocktails are made of sugar. Everything is made for children, and I think literature is one of the last stands against that. Even children's literature is not infantile in the way that American culture is infantile. So I think it's very important. It's very important, if we cast ourselves as heroes in our books, to recognize that a hero is entirely a flawed person, and I may have gone overboard in doing that. I'm in fact heterosexual. I've never tasted a drug in my life. But I've gone to extreme lengths to pretend otherwise, even to the extent of marrying someone of the same gender. That shows how committed I am to presenting myself as a flawed individual. No, I think the two things that are most important when writing about oneself are memory, obviously, and then a bit alluded to that. We can't be sure of how reliable memory is. The great Vladimir Nabokov called his book of memoirs Speak Memory. In fact, he wanted to call it Speak Mnemosine, who is the Greek goddess of memory, the mother of the muses. And his publisher, can you imagine? It's spelled Mnemosyne, Mnemosine. And his publisher said, Vladimir, if we put this book out in a bookshelf called Speak Mnemosine, no one will buy it. So he finally was persuaded to call it Speak Memory. But that is the thing I think all of us have done, is we've sat in a room alone asking memory to speak to us, and it's an ongoing, exciting adventure.
And the effort to dredge those memories out and to present yourself as a flawed, real individual. I mean, if you read your books, the writing seems to come so easily in one sense, that the ease of writing must have surely masked how difficult it was to put yourself out there. I mean, sort of flaws and all.
Yes, gosh, that is true. I mean, a lot of it, and we can talk about Blake in particular, obviously has written about very deep personal things to do with family, which is something every person on the planet, unless they're the saddest orphan, will have a knowledge of their family, and even an orphan will have knowledge of a surrogate family. And for me, writing is an act of expiation and apology to my family for having gone to prison when I was 17 and embarrassed them in every possible way that you could embarrass parents, who were very decent, kindly parents. And in writing the books, I didn't want to embarrass them further, so I kind of felt that the only person, when I was writing, about whom I could be brutally honest was myself, but that everybody else didn't deserve to have their lives opened up in front of the readers. So that's part.
Yeah. Blake, I mean, since Stephen mentioned your books, Blake Morrison has 2 books that count as memoirs, I think, or at least 2 that we'll be discussing here. They're titled "And When Did You Last See Your Father?" and "Things My Mother Never Told Me." They're both exquisite. I enjoyed reading them so much. And they perform this act of memory, of remembering his parents and the lives that they led even before he was born. And I wanted to bring up this issue that you have a problem that most biographers usually don't, in the sense that you're extremely close to the people you're writing about. You love them, they loved you. And I was wondering what sort of particular challenges that threw up. I mean, were you ever at any point uncomfortable revealing details about their lives? And then how did you make the decision about what to reveal and what to hold back?
Well, I wrote the book about my father in the year after his death, and I think I didn't censor myself at all. I wasn't even aware of what I shouldn't be saying.
Yeah.
But, you know, we have this idea that if you write about family or write about living people, that somehow it's an act of aggression, you know, to be written about. But I thought of it as paying homage, as preserving. I wanted to preserve my father in some way. As he was fading away, as he was dying, I was trying to keep him alive. It was a book about losing somebody. And then I wrote a book about my mother, which surprised even me. People said to me, "I suppose you'll write about your mother now you've written about your father. You know, don't you love your mother enough to write about her as well?" I never imagined writing about my mother, who was a mystery to me, but I did so. That's a book about finding somebody after they've died and discovering all sorts of secrets about them. But I didn't think of any of those secrets. I mean, the principal one was that my mother, an Irish Catholic, did not like to acknowledge that she was Catholic. This was completely baffling to me. What's shameful about that? And writing about her was about uncovering why there was that shame, and in a way I felt it was a book about removing an unnecessary feeling of shame and so on.
But how do you deal with this dilemma that, you know, your mother had lived her life keeping this secret from the world, and she would, I mean, I don't know if you got her consent before you wrote the book, but I mean, the fact that she would probably not wanted to have this revealed, I mean, is that something you grappled with at any point?
I grappled with it a bit, but I felt if you write a book which is not hagiography, is not presenting living people, your family, your parents as saints, but it is respectful and affectionate and loving, that you know, she would understand that, she would understand the motivation behind the book, and she wouldn't have been offended by what was in it.
Yeah.
I'm glad you've raised this, because people think of memoir as a narcissistic, solipsistic ego trip. I thought of both of those books about other people, not about me.
Yeah.
But you know, we think memoir inscribed in the very word, you know, me, moi, me, moi. That, you know, you're just banging on about yourself, and it's all just pouring out of you. No, you construct yourself. You're the narrator. As Stephen says, you're a flawed narrator. You know, if you're exposing things about other people around you, you've got to expose things about yourself, embarrassing things, shameful things, and you can never really second guess what living people are going to be offended by. There was a person with whom I had a relationship, let's put it that way, when I was a teenager, and I changed her name to protect her. And when the book came out, she was very angry. Why couldn't you put in my real name? Why did you have to disguise me? So it's always difficult to judge that. I think we do fictionalize. We change the color of somebody's hair and to protect them, but some people don't want to be protected.
There is an ultimate vanity that both you and Esther share, which is that through one way or another, you were played by Colin Firth, and you were played by Kate Winslet.
Yeah.
Now that's surely the purpose of writing an autobiography.
Yes, I always say that there was a long time between my book coming out and the film coming out, and I always say this is because they wanted to take time to find the person who most closely resembled me physically. Unfortunately, Dustin Hoffman was not there. They came up with Colin Firth.
We're going to go to Helen McDonald's H is for Hawk, which won the Samuel Johnson Prize a couple of years ago, and she's been sort of championed and valorized rightly ever since. The book is only partially about taming and training a hawk. The hawk stands in a way for her own grief and emotions during an extremely difficult time in her life following her father's death. So I was curious to ask you what the process was of writing this book. I mean, were you taking notes about the process of training the hawk itself, but also about your own interior state while you were going through this time, or was it sort of memoir in the memory sense of the word? Did you look back upon it and sort of cast those events from memory onto the page?
That's a really, really interesting question. I think if you're, I mean, it took me 5 years to get round to writing this book. It was my father's death hit me very hard. I went off the rails. I sort of trained this hawk and ran around in the mud and flew this hawk every day. And it was a dark time. It was a very beautiful time. And after about 5 years, there was enough distance from the person I was then to be able to write about me. So what interests me about that is that I became a kind of a fictional character in my own memoir. I needed to be talking to this person that wasn't me anymore, and that was interesting. But as in terms of keeping notes and remembering what happened that year, it was very, very strange. I have a terrible memory. I can't really remember people's names, faces, you know, where I was yesterday. But perhaps because of the bereavement, because of the shock of my father's sudden death, everything that in that year following his death, I can recall with crystalline clarity, and I didn't really need to take any notes at the time to remember those.
And you think the distance was necessary to you?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
I think there are two kinds of books on grief. I think there are books that are written during it, in that very strange time. And I think Joan Didion's The Year of Magical Thinking is an extraordinary example of that. And then there are those that are written much later looking back, and I had to do it that way. I couldn't have done it any other way, I think.
So let me ask you this. I mean, once you've written a memoir about a particular set of events in your life, you know, the memory has written the memoir in one way, but how does the memoir itself and the writing of it and the production of it then shape the memory? I mean, does that change in your mind at all? Do things become sharper,
Things
fuzzier?
don't become sharper. You simply forget everything that isn't in the memoir, basically. You're like, oh no, that was everything that I wrote about, you know. Everything else falls away. It's very strange. You replace memories with what you've written.
Yeah.
But I think that's quite natural. I think we all do that all the time. We all construct stories and narratives about our lives, and mine just happens to be in print.
Yeah.
You know. But it was a weird thing to write. You know, I had to put myself back in that time, back in that really rather crazed lady. There was a lot of swearing and a lot of pizza and crying as I wrote, you know, and writing's a very lonely occupation, and you do start to feel, you know, why am I doing this? And I didn't think it was in any sense, a kind of act that was going to help me kind of get over it or feel different. Until I finished, I put the last sentence down, and then I felt actually wobbly. I had to kind of grip the chair. And I realized it was a proper goodbye to my father and the person I'd been then. It was
So there was a sense of catharsis.
There was a sense of catharsis,
Yeah,
but I
okay.
didn't know until it was finished.
Oh,
And that
that's
was a
interesting.
fascinating moment.
So
yeah.
then, so why did you then start writing? I mean, if you didn't know that there was going to be catharsis at the end of it, I mean, we're all very grateful that
Why
you
do
wrote
we
the book.
write? You know, what's
We love your book,
wrong with
but I
us?
mean, but what drove you to do it?
What drove me? This is going to sound really cheesy, but I just thought, even as that year went on and I was going out with this hawk every day and kind of living this strange life, I thought there's a story here that's bigger than me. It's much bigger than me. It's about life and death and love and loss and the natural world. And the story kind of started to kind of be quite insistent that it needed to be told. And I kept pushing it away, you know, 5 years, no. And working with the book was odd. It felt quite soon as I got into it and writing these sort of chapters slowly, that it became something that was almost but not quite alive. And it would start to kind of push me. It's a bit like trying to lead a horse. Sometimes you could be on the horse and it's racing along, and sometimes the horse is like, I'm not moving, Buster. You're not doing any writing today. And that was fascinating. I'd never been in that situation where I felt that I was working with a memoir that was looking right back at me. You know, it was a conversation. It was fascinating.
Yeah, that's amazing. Christina Lamb, who wrote The Sewing Circles of Herat and Farewell Kabul. The Sewing Circles is a memoir of her time spent as a reporter during the war years in Afghanistan in the late 80s and then again in the early 2000s. And this is a sort of an act of, it's a feat of reportage in one way. It is what we call literary nonfiction or literary journalism. But this is also inflected with sort of your own eye, the reporter's eye, in both senses, the EYE as well as the I. They're both present. They guide us through this terrain that you're looking at, and you are a minor but important character in the book itself. So, you know, and this is something I've always asked other journalists, is sort of how do you make this decision about how much of yourself to put into a book that is essentially about other people's trauma and suffering. And, you know, the flip side of that is, does it make it effective at all? I mean, you could have written this book entirely in third person, I think, and it may have been very good. But do you think that putting yourself into the book itself sort of raised the effectiveness of the book in terms of how it communicated to readers?
Okay, so I've been sitting here thinking, I'm not quite sure why I'm on this panel. I can't recite nursery rhymes in foreign languages. I haven't been played by a Hollywood actor, and I haven't really written a memoir. But it is, as you say, reportage. And I think, actually, as a journalist, when I try and write about stories I cover, most of the things I cover are quite complicated. They're wars, they're conflicts in faraway places. So I always try and find a person to tell the story through, somebody whose story people back home can read and that will somehow bring it home to them and resonate in a way that a sort of just general story about the situation in Afghanistan wouldn't. So actually, I tried very hard when I was writing Farewell Couple to find another character to tell the whole story through. And it was quite difficult because I wanted to explain what I feel that much of the problems today in global jihad and terrorism link back to what happened in Afghanistan in the 1980s, and in particular how the West had encouraged jihad. And I was trying to find somebody that I could tell that story through, and I spent ages trying different ways to do it. And then in the end, I realized actually the one person who had lived through all of this and witnessed it, because I'd kept going back and forth all those years, 28 years, was actually me. And that I should write as I'd seen the things, and I wanted the reader to read about this and learn about what had happened and discover what had happened through my eyes, if you like. And I started out covering that war as a 21-year-old, completely naive, no idea what was going on in the world, no idea what foreign correspondents did. Now I'm 28 years older than that, and a mother, and covered wars all over the world, and I guess very experienced foreign journalist. And so you were supposed to read that book following my voyage of discovery, if you like, and being shocked, actually, at the things that I learned and what people were doing. And it just seemed a more powerful way to do it than in the third person.
And this dilemma of how much of yourself you wanted or needed to put into the story. I mean, is that something? Especially in a time of war, it's and I know this is true because of my own experiences. But you always feel sort of that you're bordering on self-indulgence every time you even use the personal pronoun I, because there are so many other people out there with much bigger problems that you should be writing about. So how did you sort of play this balancing game throughout the book?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not a great fan of first-person journalism. I think we use I much too much. But in this case, I thought I'm not going to write anything in this book that I didn't actually personally witness, whether it's going inside Guantanamo or seeing the jihadi training camps in Pakistan or being with the Taliban in their early days, or meeting the women who were risking their lives to write under the Taliban. All of those things are things that I was actually there, that actually met the people, saw what was happening. It's not any kind of third-hand or second-hand account. So I just thought it would give it more authenticity. But I do think that there is too much of this first person generally. And the other thing is, just to say, I mean, it's not a memoir in that, I mean, it's not, you don't read about my love life or my drug addictions or my kind of, whatever. It's just what I've seen. And I guess in the way that I wrote it, you see when I'm angry about things and really care about them, but it's not. There are other books by war correspondents, one of which is coming out as a movie soon called Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, which I'm a bit worried about, a female war correspondent and her love life in Afghanistan. And I slightly think it's going to make things really hard for those of us who are women war correspondents who fight against these stereotypes that Western women are just there to kind of, fall in love with soldiers and drink all the time and have parties. And actually now a movie's coming out by a Western female war correspondent, which seems to suggest that is what we do, and I'm worried about it.
Yeah. Colin Firth, sorry.
No, it was simply, I was just that the use of the first person by journalists, I think, could sometimes be immensely powerful. You are bearing witness to something. I was there, I saw this. I'm thinking of something like George Orwell's essay, A Hanging, an impersonal account of a hanging. I don't think could have the same power that he brings to it. The odd, surprising details that are in that piece And so this idea that, reporters should be impersonal, beige, fade into the background, never bring themselves into the story, I guess I disagree with, because I think there's some tremendously powerful journalism where the narrator bearing witness is part of that power. And that's what you're doing. Okay?
Thank you. I feel happy now.
No more apologizing.
Esther Freud's book is slightly different from the others on our panel, as we discussed yesterday. Hideous Kinky is what is called an autobiographical novel, and it's based loosely or not so loosely upon your experiences in Morocco when you were young. And I wanted to ask you whether there was at some point, there was a moment of decision where you decided to go the way of the novel rather than the way of sort of straight, factual memoir, and what swung you the way of the novel? Apart from the fact that Kate Winslet could play you later, but what else?
I never made any kind of decision about how to tell it. The story came to me in its form, and I found that over my writing life, as stories come to me in forms, as a short story, as a novel, recently as a play. And so I set out to write this book. I literally never thought about it until it was finished and the first few people read it and was surprised that my narrator was a 5-year-old child, and it was told in the first person. I hadn't made any of those decisions.
Wow.
I just wanted to write something. I went to a creative writing class. I was actually working as an actress, doing a lot of writing, but for my own pleasure rather than as any kind of, with any thoughts of ever being a writer. And I was asked to write some long piece in this class, and I thought I couldn't imagine doing a long piece. I could write a page maybe. But I thought, what could I write? And I thought about my childhood, which had had an incredibly strong hold on my memory. Between the ages of 4 and 6, I lived with my mother and my older sister in Morocco, and we traveled and lived there in a very kind of involved way. And when we came back to live in England, my entire memory was sort of submerged with these incredibly visually stimulating and sort of emotionally involving experiences that I'd had. And I'd been a very, what they called politely as vague child, but the reality was kind of, I didn't learn to read till I was 11. I couldn't tell the time. I was lost really in a world of dreaming. And so what occurred to me when I had to write the long piece was I'd go to this place, and I started with this image of myself sort of this high, the one photograph I had from my childhood, with my eyes sort of looking up into the camera, and from that person's point of view I started to write some of the things that I remembered. I then got stuck really quite quickly because I didn't remember enough.
Yeah.
I remembered, maybe it's enough to fill about 10 pages from this 2 years, the highlights, the most dramatic moments. And I was really saddened by this because those 10 pages I really liked. Yeah. I felt like I'd really got something. And so I showed them to somebody, and they said, you know what you need to do? Because I'd taken these moments and I'd linked them with flashbacks and memory. They said, write it from beginning to end. Write the story from beginning to end. And I said, I can't because I don't remember everything. And they said, make it up. And I said, but it's my life, I can't make it up. And they went, you're a writer, make it up, for God's sake, you wimp. That's how I heard it. And it was the best piece of advice I ever had. I went right that minute and sat down and wrote what became the first chapter of the book, which is something I didn't remember at all. And I continued on. But what I did remember was the atmosphere, the essence of the story, of what happened to me. And what I realized as I continued to write was you don't have to know so much. You don't have to look outside. You just have to look inside. And everything is there, waiting to be kind of formed. And that's something that I learned through the process of writing that novel. With the other novels that I've written in my life, some of them have been semi-autobiographical or inspired by my life, but not in such an obvious way. And I have trusted that process as the years have gone by, that if I look inside, there will be things that I didn't even know were there. I was actually listening to the radio last week, and Richard Flanagan, who won the Booker Prize last year, was asked if he had done a lot of research about his novel set in a Japanese prisoner of war camp. And he said, I didn't, because I noticed, and I took this really from him. He said, I realized the more I wrote that I didn't have to look outside. What I needed to find was inside myself. And when I teach sometimes, I learned a lot about what makes somebody either right or not right, especially when it's very personal. And I noticed it's really a matter of courage. The people that are most stopped, the things that most stop people writing is discipline, which is a big thing, but the other one is what will my mother say? And I really did struggle with that myself. You know, nobody wants their little child to grow up and remember an awful lot of what happened when they were 5. I really hope my kids do not remember that myself. And so when I was writing, I did have kind of waves and pangs of guilt. And I noticed there's certain things that made me feel better, like making my mother the most beautiful woman ever. And it was my mother, actually, who was played by Kate Winslet, so that really worked. And it did soften the blow.
Yeah.
And I used that, you know, and also people will be offended or not. You can never guess. And also some people will choose wonderfully not to be offended, or they will choose to be offended. You kind of have no power over that.
Yeah.
One of my novels, my father is created in, it's not entirely recognizably him, but enough that if he wanted to be upset, he could have been. And he said to me, I was a little concerned, but then I thought, oh no, I don't wear a watch. I was so grateful. That was the end of the conversation.
Okay, I believe we have 5 minutes left before we go to questions from the audience. We have to ask a question that's been sent to us by the audiences on Twitter through Hindustan Times, and the question is this: do you think the proliferation of memoir and autobiography, and even the craze for selfies, is a symptom of a self-obsessed age? I leave this open to all of you to discuss and debate. I mean, has there been a proliferation of memoir and autobiography? I mean,
it's hard to tell. I think there's you could say, looking at in the very small area of British fiction, for example, that there was a generation of writers, Martin Amis, Julian Barnes. Julian Barnes has stayed pretty faithful to the novel. A lot of the others find it harder and harder to write novels the older they get, and they find it easier and easier to write a kind of journalism which often involves the memoir. You know, Martin Amis's Experience, I think, is his best book since his early novels, but I may be wrong about that. I certainly find it harder to write novels than I did when I was in my 20s, when I wrote my first one. And I find it harder to read novels. And I think it's a male thing in particular. That's a strange thing to say, but I've just found it to be the case. Most of my male friends read history and biography, and not much novel, except ones they go back to from the past. I read Great Gatsby every year, you know, that sort of thing. But I hate selfies. I am just warn you, if you happen to see me wandering along in one of these passageways in this amazing place, and you ask me if I'll do a selfie, I will say no. But I'll very happily sign something for you, because if I sign something, I can look into your eyes and we can have a conversation. If you do a selfie, I just put my arm around you and someone else is given the camera, they don't know how to work it, they turn it off instead of on, and the crowd gathers, the whole thing turns into misery and despair. So no selfies as far as I'm concerned.
That escalated so quickly.
But some people just have a gift for memoir. Alan Bennett, for example, seems to be able to turn his whole life, every day of it, into an extraordinary series of beautiful stories that everyone wants to read. And those people are very valuable, I think.
But is this a self-obsessed age?
Well, I think this sense that, you know, that now we have a lot of non-fiction books that are coming out which have this authorial voice, they have this I in it. And I don't really see that as a sort of case of sort of blatant self-obsession. I see it as what anthropologists have been doing for years. You know, if you're going to write about something, you know, you have all your unconscious biases, you have your own kind of understanding of what's going on that comes from your own upbringing and who you are. And if you put yourself in the book, I think it just makes it a fairer read. I think it's important. It's the opposite of self-obsession, I think. It's a much more balanced way of writing.
But you know, what writers are usually told when they're young also is that you write what you know first. And they're also told everybody has one book in them which is a story of their own lives, right? And so is it true perhaps that they reach for that book in them, which is the book about their own lives, and they kind of put that out there first, and the novel is something...
Which they are either Christ or Faust. in the first novel, especially male, they either play someone who sacrifices themselves for the world, or someone who sells their soul to the devil.
Yeah.
Those are the two stories.
And then they grow up.
And then they grow up.
Yeah.
We're all doing one of those two things anyway, at some point or the other.
There is the injunction, know thyself, and the search for the self to understand. Most of us, I think, don't begin to understand ourselves till we write it down, start to write it. It's a way of discovering yourself. I don't think we're a self-obsessed age, but I think we're probably a celebrity-obsessed age. And I'm a little worried. I work with students on their writing, and increasingly some fascinating memoirs by unfamous people whose lives are ordinary and yet extraordinary are not finding publication. Whereas, of course, any old pop star or chef, I think, finds it relatively easy to get a memoir out there, whether ghosted or not.
Yeah. Okay, I think somebody's signaling to me, so maybe we can go to the audience for some questions. Yes, right here in the front, and then we'll work our way backwards.
Hello, this is for Mr. Stephen Fry.
Oh dear.
Mr. Stephen Fry.
You talked earlier about the kind of juvenility of Western culture.
Yeah.
Ooh, sorry, again.
I got that.
And I was just kind of wondering what your opinion was on the internet, kind of like the new zeitgeist of our times, and how really there's so many different narratives for versions of events, and how information has become so diffused through different mediums, and it's kind of become more and more confusing to understand things. And really that people now can have a weird opinion, and no one in real life will agree with them. They have an image board of people saying they're right, and Obama's controlling the weather or something. And really, sorry, this is going to be longer than your answer. But I'm just curious if you think that kind of has an effect on juvenility today.
Because you were an early adopter of technology.
I was a very early adopter. Yes, I was on the internet in the 80s before there was a World Wide Web, and so I have watched it grow and been very interested to watch it grow. And I've been alarmed by there's a sort of systole and diastole going on, where in the 80s and early 90s there was something called CompuServe, and there was America Online, and they were like little safe places with almost like modern designed cities. And then there was this scary place, the internet, which was like a London or a Mumbai or not a Paris, which is too designed, a place which had slums that everyone was very scared of. Look what's in the internet, nasty red light districts, places you wouldn't want children to go, but also the most astonishing libraries and museums and archives and repositories of knowledge, and places to exchange ideas across the globe in ways that had never been seen before. And then came a great question as Wikipedia and other things began to proliferate, which was absolutely identical to the question that was asked in the 1450s and 60s when Gutenberg designed his first movable printer, and books began to be published around first of all Northern Europe in particular, but then around the whole globe. So in 1450 there were no printed books. In 1500, 50 years later, that there were 30 million, and the people who had writing taken away from them, the monks, were very alarmed, and also they waved their fingers and said, look now, all these books, no one will have to remember anything. It'll all be written in a book. And this will be the end of knowledge and scholarship, because people won't know things. Of course, it was the reverse. It was the beginning of an explosion of learning that went on through the Renaissance and into the Enlightenment and into our age. And people say the same now about Googling and about Wikipedia. They shake their fingers and say, no one's going to know anything. But they have access to knowledge. All of you sitting in this room who have a smartphone have more power in your pocket than Louis XIV ever had. He would have to send scholars off around the world to bring him information. What we do with that knowledge is, of course, an interesting question. But I think to be negative and pessimistic about it is really to fly in the face of our experience of the print revolution and in an understanding of the human brain, which is a remarkable mechanism that cannot be overpraised. Just as a very quick thing, give an example, and India is a perfect place to do it. Go out into a field in the countryside in India and stand, and the smallest puff of wind will turn a leaf, and you'll see the silver underside of it, and your head will turn towards it, because we have been trained through evolution over millions of years to respond to anything that might be food or might want to eat us as food. In other words, our brain can focus in on the tiniest movement in this space. But get on a train or an aeroplane and find yourself in the middle of New Delhi just a few hours later, and there will be thousands of people all around you wearing all kinds of colours, making all kinds of noises, tuk-tuks exploding and farting on the streets, everything, and your brain can cope. It can actually be on a conversation on the phone and half a conversation with someone else. That same thing that was focusing on just a leaf turning can focus out thousands of noises. And don't ever lose faith in this extraordinary thing between your ears. And that will see us through. I am convinced of it. That's all.
Oh, at the back? Okay, there are questions at the back, so let's go there. Does anybody have a mic? Okay. Does anybody have a question? Yo.
Hello. Yeah, so I'm very excited to have so many writers at the same place, same time. So my question goes to all of you is that how do you get over the writer's block, all of you? We all face it, so how do you people do it?
How do you get over writer's block?
Oh my goodness.
If you have another hour, I'm sure we can explore that in great
Well, I think there are two kinds of writer's block in my experience. There's the writer's block that really is writer's block, that is just grim as hell. And then there's the writer's block, which is your subconscious mind working on some problems without you knowing it. And that's the great one. That's the good one. That's one when you're like, you sit down and you can't work and you think, oh, I'm the worst person in the world. I'm going to give it up. I'm going to go work in a cafe. I've had enough. But actually then 4 days later, it all starts to come out. So whenever I have proper writer's block, I just pretend it's the other kind and hope.
Yes, I agree. I just go on working. Because I feel if I stop, then I will get the real kind of writer's block. So I just keep going and I write pages of utter garbage.
Yes, even if it's rubbish, you just...
Rubbish. I just keep going. And then 2 days later I look at it and think, God, absolutely rubbish. And I tear it up and put it in the bin, and then I find I can, using bits that I've thrown in the bin, I can start again. But don't stop. That's my tip. Don't stop.
I was once on a stage when the great Caribbean poet Derek Walcott was asked by a young man in the audience, Mr. Walcott, what do I do when I've got writer's block? And Derek Walcott sat there, thought very carefully, and he said, commit suicide.
Oh my God.
You can only try that once.
Yeah. I take it the poor young man did not follow.
This is not recommended as any kind of response to writing.
Yeah, just the answer's already been given. You just keep going.
Keep writing. Any other tricks of the trade?
The only one I had that worked for me was in keeping a diary. In the diary, write down what your problem with the writer's block is, and say, I can't get through this, I can't, and then you're using writing to, and you might actually find yourself writing, of course I could always do this, oh, that would work, oh yes, it would, and then you put the diary aside and you get on with the writing.
I would say turn off the internet.
Oh yes!
Because one of the hardest things with writing is all the distractions that you can suddenly find. My underwear drawer has never been as neat as it is when I'm supposed to be writing a book.
I find that it helps me if I have a start time and a stop time. So even if things aren't going that well, I know I'm only going to sit there for 3 or 4 hours. I don't have the whole day. And actually, the most effective, the sort of revolutions in my work when I've got really stuck with something have almost always led to something being so much better. So I just, like a donkey, just kind of plod on, rewriting, rereading. I stick with it, and sometimes I realise the answer is to go on a completely different direction. And even if it means having to get rid of hundreds of pages that I thought were okay, once you've found something so much better, you don't even care. It's like jumping ship onto a much nicer ship. So it's just about not being impatient, just thinking this is a process, it will take as long as it takes. It's hard, but...
Oh, there's a very good Graham Greene. There was a good Graham Greene hint, just a very technical one, but simple, which was that he used to write 400 words every day. It doesn't seem many words, but if you do it every single day, 365 days, it adds up. But he would always finish his last 400 words in the middle of a sentence.
Yeah, that works.
So the next day he had a
That's a good
sentence
idea.
to finish, which would prime his pump.
That's a very good idea. Never thought of that.
Okay, I think we have time for one last question. So the mic is already with somebody, so let's have your question.
Still hard.
Yes, sir.
Are you all right?
The mic wasn't working.
Oh, the mic is there. Sorry, 1 second.
Hi, this question is open to everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
My question is, would you say there's a difference between a memoir and a confessional piece of writing? Is there a distinction or is there not? And have any of you written things that you do not show to anybody?
That's
I
interesting.
think everyone does that.
Distinction between confessional
Yes.
And memoir, is there an element of the confessional in the memoir, or are the two sort of separable in one way or another?
Well, when I was growing up, it was incredibly important to me to read books that were described as confessionals, because I was growing up in England in the 1960s and 70s when I was gay, and it was not considered a good thing to be. And so there were certain books, Robin Moore, Escape from the Shadows, Cuthbert Worsley, T.C. Worsley's book, The Flannelled Fool, even references in great autobiographies like Goodbye to All That, the Robert Graves, and many others of that kind formed an incredibly important sort of corpus of books for me to believe in, because they made me feel not alone, but they were considered confessional and daring in their day.
Yeah.
That's like, there's that wonderful Alan Bennett line, you mentioned Alan Bennett, where he says, you know, the experience as a reader of somebody, an author, describing something that he or she has felt and thought, and you think, my God, I thought I was the only person who thought and felt that, and Bennett described it as a hand reaching out to you. And I think at best confessional literature, where you are being very intimate, where you are perhaps writing things that embarrass you. The artist Paul Orego once said to me, you know, you must always embarrass yourself. That can be a very liberating experience, not just for the author, because that wouldn't be worth much, but for the reader to see that set down.
Yeah. Maybe one more question. We have some mics.
It will have to be extremely short.
Extremely short. 2 words or less.
My question is for Stephen Fry. When you played Oscar Wilde, you had an uncanny knack of really looking like him. Did you also start speaking in a stream of Wildean aphorisms in your personal life?
Would that it was so. I had the huge advantage of the fact that no one actually knows quite exactly what he sounded like. There is a recording that goes around the internet every now and again of a man in an exhibition in Paris reading into an early photograph, but he's quoting the lines of the Ballad of Reading Gaol and ending it with Oscar Wilde in a very high voice, but no one believes it was Oscar. He was said to have the lilt of Irish without the brogue, and he dwelt on certain words. His favourite word was vermilion, which he would take an age to say. But the wonderful thing about him that was so clear from people, even his enemies, was that Disraeli once said that if you sit down with a great mind at a table, the truly great mind, when you leave the table, makes you feel 7 foot tall. The slightly lesser mind makes you feel 4 foot tall because they've shown off. He didn't show off, he shared his wisdom. Shakespeare puts it very well about Falstaff, you know, not just a wit, but a cause of wit in others. Oscar made other people around him funnier because he made them see the world in a different way. I've never had that gift, but it's worth admiring.
On that note, thank you, Stephen, Helen, Bridget, Esther, Christina, Blake. Thank you all for sitting through.
A huge thank you to Stephen Fry, Helen MacDonald, Blake Morrison, Bridget Keenan, Christina Lamb, Esther Freud, and the moderator Samant Subramaniam. This session was presented by Hindustan Times. Book signings will take place here at the back of the Rajnigandha Silver Pearls front lawn, so please do go over to the Full Circle bookstore, pick up copies of the authors you wish to read from here, and do come back to the book signing area. They will be
there momentarily. And once again, I will make this very forceful request that you don't accost the authors on their way out. We want to ensure them a safe
What if a newspaper could solve traffic rules? What if a newspaper could switch on a street light? What if a newspaper could make you feel safer? Let's raise issues. Let's solve issues. Hindustan Times. Let's make news better. Across boundaries, we believe in bringing the world together through entertainment. See entertainment. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is my family.
हीरे मोती से कब तुलती हैं खुशियाँ, शोहरत तो दिल की कमान, बाजार में कब बिकती हैं खुशियाँ, शोहरत तो दिल की कमान।
अच्छाई की एक अलग चमक होती है। रजनीगंधा सिल्वर बल्ब्स, सिल्वर कोटेड इलायची।
गेम्स, मूवीज और म्यूजिक के 71 लाख 21,302 मिनट, ये सब फिट होता है एक छोटी सी दुनिया में।
Free music, movies and games only on Airtel, the smartphone network.
The annual Jaipur Literature Festival brochure with details on each session, author profiles and photographs. A must-have guide to the festival. This limited edition program is a collector's item and is available for sale at ₹100. Pick up your copy now.
The all-new Ford Endeavour, designed for any terrain. Engineered for the extraordinary.
अभी जितनी आज़ादी मिल गई है, इतना ज़्यादा फास्ट जा रहा है इंडिया हमारा, ये कुछ पता नहीं सकता।
There is nothing in this world that you can't do. You just need to get yourself out of the bed and start doing it, man.
Asking me, is it going to rain? They don't know what's going on anymore. I'm the most educated guy in this village. I'm the only guy who can speak in English. So I have access to internet. They don't know the uses of it. They can't imagine that internet can be used for education purpose.
Let it fall upon you, rain.
If you give these two tools, English language and internet, I can bet on this. It's going to change everything.
Hello guys, as you can see, this is my house and no Wi-Fi at my house. This is my neighbor come friend, no Wi-Fi in his house, but yes, Wi-Fi is there at his neighbor's house, yeah. So me and my friend come neighbor sit here and use my neighbor's house Wi-Fi. India is a country of brotherhood. We have one Wi-Fi router, but 5 families use that Wi-Fi router. It's 4 o'clock in the evening. I'm currently standing outside my house on my field. What technology brings to here is truly amazing. It can change people's lives. I work as a web developer from my own house, from my own bedroom, and now I have 10 Mbps fiber optic Wi-Fi. About 5 years ago we didn't even have proper dial-up connection. It's amazing how a simple internet connection can change people's lives. I can now make amazing mobile apps from my own house.
There are so many things about India which are just amazing.
We have so much people here, and the diversity. If you think that you are not capable of doing anything, you are wrong.
Communication, education, technology, transportation, population, politician. We are gonna make this nation. We are gonna develop this nation. I am a citizen of a very great and wise country, and I am proud of it.
Humanities makes us ask the big questions. What's it all about? What's the purpose of life?
What does it mean to lose someone? What is loss about?
Nature of the human being, guilt and innocence.
It's like the pulsating brain of the universe.
More than a place, it's a spirit of inquiry. Major intellectual crossroads of the universe.
There's a sense of curiosity, excitement.
Issues that won't stay still in one
The
discipline.
Humanities Center is really the beating heart of this university.
गाँव नगर या शहर, राह गलियां डगर, गाँव नगर या शहर, आसमां छूने चला है इंडिया, आसमां छूने चला है इंडिया।
स्वच्छता है एक लहर,
यहाँ वहाँ इधर उधर जहाँ भी जाएगी नजर कह रहा है ये सफर स्वच्छता का रंग भर आसमां छूने चला है इंडिया आसमां छूने चला है इंडिया फैसला ये कर चुका है इंडिया फैसला ये कर चुका है इंडिया बनेगा 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 स्वच्छ इंडिया 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 बनेगा बनेगा स्वच्छ इंडिया
Once again, before this session goes on, I'd like to make sure that safety is being preserved in the venue. I've heard that there are people getting squashed and they're uncomfortable, so please do not squash your fellow participants here at the festival. Also, I'll have to let you know that during the event, this horizontal aisle here must be kept clear at all times, so do not stand or sit there. You're very welcome to sit in this one as you're doing now. Please do watch out for other people because, of course, it does get very crowded and we expect a big crowd for this session. This session will be going on in about 3 minutes.
JLF at South Bank returns for its third edition from the 21st to the 22nd of May. Catch the conversations, debate and dialogue along the banks of the London Thames. And if you're across the pond, JLF at Boulder will be back for a second year from the 23rd to 25th September. For the latest information, visit www.jaipurliteraturefestival.org, follow us on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, or download the Teamwork Arts app.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rajnigandha Silver Pearls front lawn for another much anticipated session on today's program. We will go on in just a moment. I'm sure you know, but I'll announce the session anyway. The session is called India at Play, and guests are Suresh Menon, Anil Kumble, Ronojoy Sen and Baichung Bhutia in conversation with Sidin Vadukut. This session will include the launch of a book, Wisden India Almanac 2016 by Pramod Kapoor, and the session is presented by Z Entertainment. Please. Okay, we'll do one quick photo opportunity first for media, and then we will mic up the guests. So please, let's give a very warm round of applause for Suresh Menon, Baichung Bhutia, Ronojoy Sen, Sidin Vadukut. While we're miking them up, a reminder that you cannot stand in this central aisle here. You'll be blocking the view of people behind you. Please don't stand there. No flash photography is permitted through the session. Please put your mobile phones on silent. There have been phones ringing through all the sessions and we can't have that going on. Please put them on silent. And we'll be ready to go on in just a moment.
So it's been quite busy.
You're in the thick of things.
Yeah, but it's nice to be because I'm trying to focus more on the youth development now.
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, okay, no problem. Hello everybody, before we start the session, a quick introduction to the four people on the stage who are actually famous. So, on my right, we have Anil Kumble.
Indian cricket team captain, the third highest wicket taker in Test cricket. And a Padma Shri. So, one of the few Indian cricketers who are actually liked by all Indians. Except, I have a complaint. 15 years ago, there was a computer game, a PC video game called Anil Kumble Cricket something. After this, I need a refund. Because it was not a good game. To his right is Baichung Bhutia. One of India's most famous footballers. He thinks he's played for India around 107 times. He's not sure because the records are kind of iffy. And we will get to the state of that in a bit. Because we have a largely Indian audience, he plays a game called football. Ball game, 2 teams, 11 people, but no bats. He's also the founder of the Baichung Bhutia football schools in Delhi and Mumbai. And he has a football stadium named after him. Also, eternally youthful. No such problems with Suresh Menon, who is the editor of Wisden India, and I particularly remember him because when I was growing up in the Gulf, like most Malayalis, Suresh used to write a hilarious column every Friday evening, many of which I have copied in my own writings in the years since then. And to the left of, no, to your right, my left, yes, is Ranajoy Datta, Ranajoy Sen. Ranajoy Sen, last night when I was flying in, I was reading his new book, Nation at Play, A History of Sports in India. Unbelievably good book. I did not sleep at all. I'm not saying that because it's written on my notebook to push the book. It is a genuinely good book. I just didn't know anything about Indian sport, and it is just phenomenal. However, we start with another book. Today, Suresh and Anil will launch the 2016 edition of Wisden India Almanac. Correct. So, can I please ask you to rip the packet open?
It's ripping something open here.
No, I think you can get up. It's not.
You need to check. You need to check.
Stick inside.
Oh, and finally there is me, because in every international sports event right now you need a little sex appeal, little glamour. So anyway, so I'll start with Suresh, a little bit on the Wisden Almanac. What does it do new that we haven't read in 1,000,001 books on Indian cricket before?
Oh, this is a book on Indian cricket, but it's not a book. It's not a sort of a casual book on Indian cricket. This comes with a history of 150 odd years. The Wisden is known as the Bible of cricket, and traditionally it's a book of statistics. It's a book of fine writing. It's a book of excellent obituaries, which has always been one of the highlights of Wisden. It's a book of mad things that happen in cricket, but it's also a statistical compendium. And Wisden has been doing this for 150 years. Wisden India is now, this is our fourth edition, and it's a more Indian, it's a completely Indian version of Wisden. Except for the statistics, there's nothing in common between the two Wisdens in the UK and here.
And unlike the UK edition, you have 6 people of the year and not 5 people of the year.
Yeah, that's got to do with the population. we have 6 cricketers of the year, and this year we also have something I've called Beyond the Boundary, which is a person of the year who's not necessarily a cricketer, but who has done something that has impacted the game in the period, in the 1-year period. And in this issue we have an essay about Justice Mukul Mudgal, who started the whole sort of cleaning up process in Indian cricket. So that's something new in this. And we also have the Cricketers of the Year, and we have some very fine writers. Traditionally we've always had fine writers in Wisden. We've had Pico Iyer, we've had Tariq Ali, we had Kamla Shamsi. I'd like to get novelists and other artists who are passionate about the game to write about it, because I don't think cricket only belongs to cricket writers. I think it's a very narrow way of looking at it. Anil has written for it, and perhaps Baichung will write for it in the future. I'd like to get a wide range.
In fact, that was my next question. Baichung, another book event, another book on cricket. Are you fed up? Do you wish? And no, be more serious. Do you wish?
No, seriously, I'm not fed up because I don't read any of them. So no.
But do you, a more serious, a more basic question, in your career, lots of people say cricket dominates the Indian sports scene. Ronojoy writes about it in his book. What's been your experience?
No, I think, yes, cricket does dominate Indian sports for sure. But I think the other reason also because why cricket has been dominating is, I think other sports have not really gone to what cricket is really reached. And especially when you're talking of cricket, I think we're talking of team sport. So I think if any one such sport, team sport can do well, I'm sure people in India, it's not, I won't say fed up, but they're looking for other options, other opportunities to really connect with the national team. So I think other sports have not been able to deliver in terms of team sport as what cricket has been able to deliver. So despite all the controversies, despite all bad publicity anyway, cricket is still going to dominate, because I think other sport have not been able to, get results in international sporting events. So that's the biggest sad I think, back we've been.
Yeah. Anil, why do you guys just dominate everything?
No, I think to take the point from Baichung, it's very clear that obviously the popularity of cricket in India is such that everyone here in this audience would have at some point in time played cricket in their life, and that's the connect that the sport has. And of course, my good friend Piyush is sitting here, and being an ad man, no other sport gives you the opportunity to put in a commercial after every 2 minutes. And that's the beauty about cricket. After every 2 minutes, and if it's a Ravindra Jadeja, after every minute. So that's the beauty about cricket. And it's such, and we are fortunate that all the adulation and recognition has come because of the sport, and that's because the popularity of the sport, and not just in India, even if you go across anywhere where you play cricket, it's the Indians mostly. We saw it recently in the 2015 World Cup in Australia, that all the stands were mostly of Indian origin, and filled up. 80% of the seats were taken up by Indians, and that's the popularity of the sport itself, and Indians love it, and we're not complaining.
But I was always under the impression that the 1984 World Cup is really what killed other sports. Winning the 84 World Cup was what killed other sports in
83.
Football fan. So I was always under the impression.
No wonder you didn't get the game right.
But Ramata, in your book you say that cricket really had started dominating in the 70s itself. It had really started overshadowing the other sports.
Yeah, one of the arguments I make is that the radio commentary, right from 1948 or so onwards, really helped in pushing cricket to the level where it was, where it is now. One of the facts was that when you had test matches being played in the winter, 48, 49, 50, you had 5 days of test match commentary. Whereas for the other sports, soccer had commentary going back to the 30s too, but it was just 90 minutes. So I think that made an imprint on the mind, which I think gave a head start. And All India Radio was also, in some ways, I would argue, partial to cricket, and that I think gave it a head start. But it's a fact that in the 50s and even in the early 60s, football and hockey were equally popular. So I've talked to people like, when I was researching my book, people like Leslie Claudius, the great Anglo-Indian hockey player who actually won 4 Olympic medals from 48 to 60. And he was telling me that in the 50s, a tournament like the Baton Cup, which is the second oldest hockey tournament held in Calcutta, would draw enormous crowds. So hockey was popular, and football, India was the top Asian team in the 50s. In 62, Jakarta Olympics, India wins the gold, beating teams like Japan and South Korea, who are really not only Asian powers but global powers. So I think cricket had a head start, and 1971, I'd argue, is really a benchmark year in which India beats the 2 finest teams, West Indies and then England in England.
Yeah.
And that, I think, I would argue, really establishes cricket, popularizes cricket in a way it wasn't then.
In fact, we were discussing before that even women's cricket had this brief period of tremendous popularity.
That's true. I remember when I was younger, when I had black hair like you, that Shanta Rangaswamy, for example, in Bangalore was huge. And I remember a test match where India were doing badly, and I think Brijesh Patel had got out cheaply or whatever, and the sort of cry rose in the stands, "We want Shanta, we want Shanta," which is not something you can imagine today. I mean, women's cricket at that stage was whatever the reason. I mean, maybe it was just curiosity, maybe it was something new that people were surprised to see people like Shanta and Diana Edalji play with such competence in an apparently male game. So I think it started off very well, and I think we had periods when women's cricket have done well, but women's cricket is more sort of known for individuals over certain phases rather than as a team, although they beat England a couple of years ago in England.
Very good. Again, perfectly segued into the second topic, which is to kind of look at personal milestones versus team milestones, the dynamics of that in both Indian football and Indian cricket. But before we get into discussing that, just want to ask both of you, your number one personal milestone in your career. Baichung first.
I think playing for India for over 100 matches is something which I feel very proud about, and also captaining India for 11 years. But again, football is completely a team sport. So all the achievements, I think what you do what you get individually, I think it really goes down to your teammates, because every goal you scored, everybody focuses on the striker who scored the goal, and he takes all the credit and the headlines and all that. But I think there is always somebody who's made that assist. There's always team guys, including goalkeeper as well, who's made that save. So I think football is generally completely a team sport, and I think for any individual to succeed in football, I think we've got that other 10 players equally good and equally in that same level of thought in terms of football to really succeed.
Beautiful game, beautiful. But
no difference. No different to what Baichung said. It's just because of wisdom that cricket generally gets attention towards individuals rather than sometimes team in terms of statistics. There's so much focus on cricket statistics, individual statistics. Obviously individual performances get highlighted, but it's a team sport. I mean, no matter what you do, if your team doesn't win, then the performances that you have achieved on the field doesn't really give you satisfaction. Yes, you've done well for yourself, but if the team is lost, then obviously it certainly doesn't give you the kind of satisfaction. But cricket generally is spoken about a lot through statistics and measured. Performances are measured based on statistics, and that's how the game has grown over these years. And for me personally, I'd like to just whatever Baichung mentioned, playing for India for more than 100 test matches, captaining India, and then of course one performance which obviously everybody remembers is the perfect 10, and that to me was the highlight of my career. So there are times when you picked up just that one wicket which have given the team a victory, and those performances also are extremely important. Like he mentioned, it doesn't get recognized or mentioned just because it's just one of those things which you don't really notice. So it's been a great journey, and 18 years playing for India was itself something very special.
Do you ever get tired of speaking of the 10 wicket haul?
No, not really. It's happened only twice in Test history. So obviously, you never think of going into a game thinking that you'll pick up all 10. Yes, you tend to go through in your mind the previous night about how you can dismiss the opposition batsman. And some days, that used to be my preparation. Used to be the preparation of going through the list of batsmen of the opposition and then getting them out in my mind, one at a time. And some days it used to happen in 15 minutes. Some days I won't go beyond 2 batsmen. And probably, whatever I had thought the previous night actually happened on the field. And yeah, it's a very freak thing that happens on a game of in a game of cricket where someone picks up all 10. And probably I was destined to get all 10, and it was, I think, one of those moments. So obviously the expectations after that really went sky high, and everyone thought that the next game I had to pick up 10. And cricket is such a wonderful game that it's like life. The next game, we played in an Asian Test Championship in Calcutta, and I got 1 wicket. And I struggled to get Shoaib Akhtar out. So that's the game. That's the game. Batsmen get 200, 300. Next game, first ball, they get out. So that's the beauty about the game.
You didn't have your parents, like traditional Indian parents, saying, last time you took 10 wickets. This time can you take 10 wickets and score a century if possible?
No. I mean, my dad was a reluctant watcher. I mean, the first ever match that he watched of me playing was I had to force him to come because he didn't know whether I played right-handed or left-handed. So he was one of those where, after a school game, he would ask me what happened to the match. He had only 3 questions. The first question was what happened to the match, result. Then second one was what did you do, and then what's the next game, and that's all. And I could literally pull him to watch me play when Karnataka played Tamil Nadu in a Ranji Trophy. That was my second first-class match, and he came and watched. So that was the first time ever that he watched, although my mom obviously had more interest, and she came all the way to Hyderabad to watch me watch my debut in Hyderabad, my Ranji debut. So this is how they brought me up, and it was obviously thanks to them and a whole lot of people and the family, my wife and kids. I mean, without the family support, anybody can't really play sport. I know that Baichung will probably tell you that once you have children and you're literally 2-3 months away from home, so it's a challenge to manage home as well. So it's been a great journey for me.
Baichung, pressure from family?
I think in fact I was playing for India, and I'd been playing for the last 16 years, and we qualified for the Asian Cup for the first time after 28 years. So I went back home, and first thing, I said, it was all of the news, and we were very excited because Indian football really qualifying for the Asia Cup after 28 years is a big achievement. So I went back home, and in Sikkim it was quite a big news because people follow football quite big. And first thing my dad says is, now you played so many years, you play for India now, can you come back and start getting a government job, just apply for a government job. That's the kind of thing, my parent generation just wanted was a secure job. So I think that's also one of the setback for Indian sports right now, and I see that with a lot of footballers because I played in Calcutta for 20 years for both the clubs, and a lot of the players come from very humble background, and they get into clubs like East Bengal, Mohun Bagan, or play for India. And first thing, I think the pressure from the parents and the community around them also, and also for the player, I think just to get a government job, and get secured. But I think that's something which now is changing, and I think it has to change because if you play professional, I think that's where you want to depend. You want to work hard to achieve success, And a lot of the players, in fact, during my time as well, a lot of the good players, once getting job, I think they really started losing that hunger to play. And first thing after training they did was have quick shower and they're like, I have to go to office, sign karna hai mujhe. You've got to train extra 1 hour, half an hour, but their main thing was they want to get the training done fast shower and go back and sign for their office, which was quite sad.
It's tough, yeah. In fact, one of the things I learned from your book was it's quite the relationship between cricket, football, hockey, and class, income groups, and so on. That's quite fascinating.
Yeah, I think what Baiching was mentioning about sports leading to a government job, and the Indian state often gets the stick for not doing enough for sport, and we usually look at the amount of money that the Sports Authority of India has put in, etc. But what we don't figure is the factor in is how many state organizations, the PSUs, are actually into sport and employing people. It can cut both ways. It can sort of kill motivation, as Baiching was saying. You sign, you become a sort of paid employee, and sporting excellence goes down the drain. But if you look at sort of the 1971 team, I mentioned the 1971 great victory. I think Suresh might correct me, but I think 9 out of the 11 players on that team were employed by the State Bank of India.
Yeah, that's true.
And your earlier Wisden issue actually has an article by Ajit Vadekar, the captain, who was also a SBI employee, actually writing about how important the State Bank of India was. So I think it's a complicated story of a lot of sports persons taking up sports for getting that government job. So even if you look at Mary Kom, and if you read her autobiography, she gets a job in the police after when she wins a few medals, and that's a big deal for her. So also for the non-cricket sports, I think that is still a very big deal.
And Suresh, there is kind of a mixed up sense of incentives. If you're a cricketer, playing for the national team is probably the blank check for you. For almost any other sport, you're probably better off playing for a club than spending time trying to get into a national sport.
Yeah, but in many cases, football is probably an exception where you can, I think, have a career outside of, as a club player, outside of the national, being a national player. But for many sports, it's the reverse. Unless you're a national player, you're not commercially viable in a club side. So I'm not very sure that that works in sports other than cricket. But I think what has changed over the years is that in its own way, cricket has kind of pulled certain teams upward. I mean, however much we criticize the cricket board, the fact is that it is the best run sports body in the country by far. And what they have done is they have been able to sell the sport well. They have been able to make money out of, monetize the sport. I remember Jagmohan Dalmia, the late Jagmohan Dalmia, when he was the Bengal Secretary, Cricket Association of Bengal, he told me, he said, there is money in cricket, but we are not getting any of it. So he consciously sat and worked out a scheme by which television channels actually paid the cricket board to telecast matches, whereas in the earlier days, the board had to pay the television channels to telecast the matches, which was ridiculous. So cricket has consciously worked out a scheme by which it has enriched itself. Of course, others have also enriched themselves along with it. But the game has, and whatever again you criticize the IPL about, the fact is the IPL has shown how cricket can be run as a corporate entity. The IPL is a corporate entity. Football at the league level, at the local league levels across the country, in Bangalore, in Goa, in Calcutta, wherever, the fact is that it draws huge crowds. At that level, cricket does not draw crowds. At the first class level, at the Ranji Trophy level, cricket does not draw crowds. Cricket draws crowds at the international level. At the international level, football does not draw crowds. So this is the sort of dichotomy that Indian sports is being dealing with.
I'll come back to that because there's one of the points, the odd, again, it's a point you cover in your book about how Indian cricket plays a lot more international games than Indian football does play international football, and if that is a factor in. But I wanted to just dwell on BCCI for a second. So sometime back I spoke to somebody who plays in the Indian cricket team right now, off the record. And I told him, oh look, BCCI, den of thieves, satanic, And he said, look, I love BCCI. He said the BCCI is the best thing that's happened to me. He said two things. He said one, it's made us financially secure. And then he said a second thing which I think is a little bit more controversial. He said for the first time, and you have to correct me, he's told me that for the first time we didn't feel that we were under white people dominating us in a sport. We felt that we were equal to them, and that strength was given to us by the BCCI. What?
I mean, Suresh did mention about Mr. Jagmohan Dalmia, and I think even in cricket, from 1996 onwards, once India hosted the World Cup, that's when things changed in terms of monetarily, in terms of even infrastructure development in various cities, even the existing grounds, the quality of grounds and quality of infrastructure changed, post 1996 World Cup. And for players, even as a young player playing in the Ranji Trophy, or even for India, the money was, yes, when you compare it with other sport, it was slightly better. But if you compare it with your own, people who passed out of engineering in Bangalore, it was nothing to match. I mean, there were no contracts. So it was still, you had to still, you were very insecure. So those things changed in 2000. And that's, thanks to BCCI. And Suresh did mention about broadcasters paying money for the rights, and advertisers, sponsors coming through. And of course, yes, it's only a 10-team sport if you take the top 10 test playing countries. So in that sense, India, the performances of the Indian team obviously mattered to sponsors coming in, and the money. It's not just the players, the top 15 or 20 or 30 players making money from the sport, but it's also filtered down thanks to IPL. It's the horizon is much bigger now, and IPL to me is like organizing an Olympic event every year, and that's the kind of detailing, that's the kind of effort I think goes into organizing an IPL. And imagine the kind of other paraphernalia that gets attached. I mean, whether it's the tourism industry, whether it's the travel industry, whether it's the hotel industry, all of it, suddenly kicks in April and May, and that's thanks to IPL. And the players also, have noticed now. I mean, Manish Pandey did all of that in Ranji Trophy. He did score a lot of runs in domestic cricket, but he's noticed today he's playing for India, not just getting runs in domestic cricket, but also doing well in the IPL. And that's the kind of impact that it has had. So obviously BCCI should get all the credit in terms of what they've been able to do for cricketers and also past cricketers. That's something which no other sport in India has actually looked after. Every cricketer who's played for India is on a pension, and I mean, you can always question how much money, but then it's already started and it's been there for a long time. There are medical things that are taken care. So in that sense, it's done a lot, and I think, and I don't want to check with you who the cricketer is, but then I mean, in terms of what Indian cricket has done today, it certainly has dominated world cricket.
But is there such a thing as too much money in cricket?
No, I don't think so. I think in sport you need money, you need sponsors to come in. There's nothing as too much money. I don't think there's anything as that. But I think what is important is that money should filter to the grassroots as well. Everyone who's playing in the grassroots should get an opportunity an equal opportunity to represent and have meritocracy there, and then try and give opportunities. And that has happened. If you look at the number of venues now that cricket is played, international venues in India, it's more than 20, I think, 23 international venues. 10 years ago it was only 6 or 7. So that's changed because of the money that has come in, and people have now taken it to the smaller towns, and it's only brought. And if you look at the Indian team itself, the captain is from Ranchi. I mean, 10 years ago, if someone said that the next Indian captain will be from Ranchi, nobody would have believed it. So that's the change that the Indian team has made, and cricket has made, and that's the kind of thing that you would want from other sports as well.
I was just coming to Baichung. Money, Baichung. What's the situation? I mean, you were telling me earlier that some of India's biggest football clubs don't have their own training grounds.
No, I think money is very important. It's not everything, but it's one of the most important thing for any sport to grow. And yes, I think Indian football does lack that in big way. I hope BCCI can pass some percentage of money to football as well. I think also with football, I think we've not been able to change with time. And I've now just joined Federation and I work as an advisor and also chairman of technical committee. And for the first time, I went to an AGM meeting of Football Federation, and you had all the state associations come for the meeting. And I was surprised to see that the state associations don't realize that they're part of the federation. And each and every association stood up, and we had Praful Patel, president, sitting in the stage up there, and everyone was asking, Prafulji, we want stadium made in our state. We want academy made in our state. And they didn't want to do anything, they just wanted everything done by Praful Patel, which he himself is, is a president of a particular state, and he comes, from that he's become president. So I think it's important that state associations also will have to contribute in terms of development, and they'll have to change with time. Even federation as well, we've not really changed with time, because football has changed so much over the years, and we've not been able to do that. And Anil just spoke about, going down the grassroots level. All the sports, including cricket as well, we don't do much in the grassroots level. Cricket, IPL, it's all about, top players. ISL football, it's all about top players. Nothing goes down to the grassroots level. And until and unless we don't have investment done in terms of guidance, in terms of training, in terms of anything, and we don't support and guide the younger generation, then it becomes very difficult to produce good quality players. And I think that's one of the main reasons what we really need to focus, especially with football, is, and what we've started doing in Federation is working with the grassroots. And I think with European football, if you look at it, a lot of the smaller clubs and also bigger clubs really focus so much on grassroots and youth development. And if you today look at the biggest names of world football, Messi, Barcelona product, you've got Cristiano Ronaldo from in Portugal, so Sporting Lisbon. So I think in India, what we don't do is the people who really work in grassroots are not financially or any other way benefited. So we need to make sure that those guys who work in grassroots should be, when there's a transfer or when the player signs into a big club, these clubs or academies who are working mostly with youth development and grassroots, I think they need to be financially benefited. And that's how I think people would focus more on the grassroots. And I think right now with Federation, me joining Federation, I think we're trying to focus on that.
It's good. I mean, it's good that...
And also, not again, when we compare with cricket, I went to watch IPL finals 2-3 years ago, and at least one good thing about football fans, at least domestic wise, we've got very passionate fans. I went to watch IPL finals, and for me, for a footballer, it was quite a boring thing, because once in a while there was 6 or 4 in IPL, and suddenly few times there was no action happening, and suddenly there was a big chair in the stadium, and I thought, what happened, who hit 6? And actually it was on the screen board that shown Shah Rukh Khan. So the biggest chair came when Shah Rukh Khan or Preeti Zinta, somebody was shown. And when the match was over, there was no sadness in any of the fans who were supporting the team which lost. No sadness, everybody ate the sandwich going home. If that happens with football in Calcutta, East Bengal or Mohun Bagan loses, they stop the traffic, they break buses and all that, which is also not right. In fact, ISL final, Goa lost this year. The owners refused to send the players to receive the trophies, which is again not right. And also one of the winning team guy was put in fire and put beer in bars as well. So that passion is there, There's so much passion with football. So that way at least in football, the fans really connect. When you see a match in Kerala Blasters losing, the entire stadium is sad. When you see a match, Atletico Kolkata losing it, you feel the fans are also sad. They connect with the team. I think that's not happened, I feel, with IPL. They just come, enjoy, have an entertainment, eat the sandwich, go back home. That's what it's happened. So that way I think football is slightly better.
That's what Suresh mentioned about club cultures. Club cultures, probably it's still not ingrained into cricket. But internationally, I mean, Indian fans, the emotions depend on the result of the match. So that's how it's been. But just to add to Baichung, I think what cricket has done really well. I don't.
But the national team fans, I think when the national team lose, I think then we really we show our emotions out. But I'm just talking about.
I want to not digress, but just to add to what Baichung mentioned about why cricket is popular and why Indian sport, is not that popular as cricket. I think cricket has created icons. And that's something which we need to do as well in other sport. Baichung is a great icon of football. But I think if you look at any football fan today, he still relates to a Ronaldo, he still relates to a Pele. I mean, he should be relating to a Baichung Bhutia. And if we do not create this, Indian sport is not going to be, it's going to be like this forever. And that's the challenge. That's the challenge that all of us have. I mean, in cricket, if you go to any kid here, he will relate to a Sachin Tendulkar, a Dhoni, a Virat Kohli. So that's the change that we need to bring in other sport as well. Until and unless, we can keep talking about, bringing in money and all that. But this relationship has to happen. Yes, in Sikkim and I'm sure only if you ask saying, okay, which Indian cricketer do you footballer do you relate to? Then Baichung. But then, I think that change has to happen. If you ask any kid today, he'll relate to an English Premier League, match. But that's the change. I think it will happen slowly.
That's a point again in your book. You say that it's wrong to say, again, it was unintuitive to me. You say it's wrong to say that India doesn't have a sporting culture. India actually has an extremely vibrant sporting culture. But the problem is the vast majority of sports just haven't achieved scale. Is that the right thing to say?
Yeah, what I argue is India does have a sporting culture, but unfortunately I don't think India has had a sporting culture of winning in a lot of sports. And if you go back in history, you have across sports, hockey, football, we know, India was a great hockey team in the 30s, 40s, till the 60s. Football, they were very successful. We had very good wrestlers. We now, people like, Gama Pehalwan, Gobor Guho, they were, competing with the best. That was sort of the era of freestyle wrestling. But even then, they were sort of world champions at the time. And then we sort of lose out that tradition. And now I think, some of that is, we are sort of getting it back. We are getting good wrestlers, boxers. So I think we've had this culture of sport. We had, Ashwini Kumar, who was, some of you might remember, he was our representative on the Olympic Committee for a long, long time. And he was the one who had in the 70s, I think, 80s said that India lacks a sporting culture. I think that is something I argue against in my book by bringing out several examples from history. So we were talking about in Mohun Bagan, East Bengal, and the 1911 Mohun Bagan victory over the East Yorkshire Regiment is still, I think, one of the most signal events in India's sporting history, where it's the first time that an Indian team beats a British team in the finals of what was then the IFA Shield, and watched by something like 100,000 spectators and reported all over the world. The Reuters picks it up in the newswire, English newspapers report on it. So I think we do have a culture, but a lot of it hasn't been translated into a culture of winning, which is good or a bad thing. We can sort of argue again.
How many of people in the audience had heard of the 1911 event he spoke about? There is very good potential for his book.
Our whole chapter.
Suresh, before I ask Anil and Baichung on future and what should be done, what could be done, any lessons other sports should take from cricket that is not expensive?
Yeah, I think it should really, other sports should really, what's the word I'm looking for? Corporatize doesn't sound like a very nice word, but run it like a business. You have a CEO, you have somebody who's accountable. What happens in other sports is what happened to cricket over a number of years, and to a large extent continues to happen even today. But there is an awareness that you need to sell your sport, and you need to take advantage of the huge numbers. I mean, look at the crowds that turn up for the football matches. It means that there's enormous interest across the board. What are you doing about it? I want an East Bengal or a Mohun Bagan jersey with Baichung's face on it. Can I get one? But you walk out anywhere, you probably get a T-shirt with my face on it because I cover cricket. So cricket has handled itself so well, and those are the lessons that they have to learn.
So, Baichung, first to you. Now you're getting into the whole administration. Best of luck to you for that.
Thank you.
But what would you like to change? If you could change, say, the top 3 things on your list of improvements to make to Indian football, what would you do?
So yes, as Suresh just said, you've got to sell and you can only sell if you've got success on it. And to get success, I think you need to produce players. For any team to really succeed, everybody looks at the result, and when Indian team loses, what's happening, ye kya hua, result, but nobody really looks at the process, what we're going through, and there's no process at all for developing good footballers. So I think right now, my priority, obviously with BVFS, Baichung Bhutia Football School, now with Federation as well, I think the priority should lie on working with the youth development. And there are people who want to work, there are clubs, there are academies, but we need to also give them their dues for producing good players. But right now we don't have that much. So until and unless we don't really work at grassroots level youth development programs, we can still have ISL, which is going to popularize the game so much. But the player after kids watching ISL would want to play, and they don't have any place to go and train or good coaches to train under, then it becomes no point. So until and unless we don't produce good quality players, then the results are not going to come, and the results are not going to come, then it becomes very difficult for football to sell or people to connect with the sport. So I think we've really got to focus on youth development, and that goes, when we say of youth development, it goes to each and every state. State associations, district football associations will have to start working, even the clubs as well in I-League and ISL. The clubs have a major role to play for the youth development. But also I think it's important that the state associations will have to start working. Right now we don't, even if you look at Rajasthan today here, I'm sure there are a lot of people from Rajasthan here. Do they have a football league? Do they really have a grassroots football development program? I don't think any. So
this might seem like a stupid question, but is there good talent at the grassroots level in terms of football?
There are huge number of talent in India. I think we've lost out thousands of Messis in India because we can't spot them. And if you really spot them as well, we don't have that kind of quality trainer coaches to really coach, because we also need to coach our coaches.
Yeah.
That's very, very important. So I think we've been losing out a lot of talented footballers because we don't have the right system to spot them, and once you spot them, you don't have the right platform or support system to guide them. So that's been a biggest setback.
And Anil, cricket all healthy, needs any course correction, or are you happy with how things are?
No.
I don't mean right now, because right now things are not.
No, I think every sport has its own challenges, and it's similar even in India. I mean, when I run a business in schools where we develop grassroots sports, and it's not just cricket. We do football, we do table tennis, badminton, chess, and even Indian sports like Kho-Kho and Lagori. I don't know what it's called here. So we do that, and it's important that we start at the school. What we don't have, I'm talking about, is a structured program at the school level where kids, start playing the sport in the correct way. And that's why I think I agree with Baichung that it's not just, finding talent. First, we need to start training our coaches, and that's something which the BCCI has done. In cricket, you have, coaches being trained, and then they going into grassroots programs. So there's still a lot that even cricket talent, it's still, there are many who are not spotted because it's not reached them. Earlier, even in Karnataka, the 3 years that I was a part of the Karnataka State Cricket Association, everything was focused towards Bangalore, towards coming into the city. So what we tried to do was, there were large parcels of land which was already with KSCA, but was not really activated at all. So we started activating all of that, and it was important that we created facilities which are international class, so that you have access to kids to go there. Earlier, parents used to send talented children who had the wherewithals to say, okay, let me send them to a city to develop their sporting talent. But now it's not the case. You have to take the sport to where they are, and only then they will develop better. And that's the kind of infrastructure facilities that now slowly the state associations are coming to do, and that's why you see a lot more players coming from the smaller towns, and then not necessarily the Mumbai and the Bangalore, and now yes, Delhi has produced a lot of players. So it's players coming from there. So that's something which obviously is happening. Yes, for the future, you still have to Suresh just made a mention of saying we don't get so much crowd for a test match. So that's something which obviously is a challenge in cricket. And I think it's important that all formats of the game, to me, as a player, I certainly value test cricket the most. And even today, most players, value their test performances to get. You are recognized by after you retire. People only talk about your test credentials, and as a team, what you won, and that's what everyone wants to do as well. So there are challenges, and other sports are developing as well. So that's a competition to cricket, and which was not the case. I think these leagues coming through as well will only give more opportunities and better interaction amongst foreign players and Indian players. I think that's what has done to cricket as well. So it has its own challenges, and I'm sure as a cricketer, and more importantly as a sport lover, I would like Indian sport to go to the next level and hopefully see a football team in the World Cup.
Very good. Thank you. Questions? I'm not choosing, so best of luck to whoever is choosing. Oh, there are mics at the back as well. So the lady in the blue shirt, I'll come back to her. She's just been very frantic waving. So.
Yeah, I just wanted to reassure Baichung that things are definitely changing. My daughter is 18 and she and her friends follow football. We are from Bangalore. They are huge fans of the BFC. They are always wearing BFC merch, taking selfies with Sunil Chhetri. So things are changing. So what Anil said about cricket having to worry about the competition, I think that's a very valid point.
Okay, two quick questions to Mr. Anil Kumble. When I was growing up, I had grown up in 90s and the first millennium of the 2000s, we saw the three best spinners of the history of the game playing together. And you are one of them. The other two were Shane Warne and Muralidharan. I mean, you are the only one competent to answer this question, that who, according to you, is amongst those two, was a more complete spinner, Muralidharan and Warne. And my second question is about what you mentioned, about the sporting icons. We always had sporting icons. Sunil Gavaskar, he was replaced by Sachin Tendulkar, he was replaced by Dhoni, and then Virat Kohli. Then we talk of Big Five, and Harsha Bhogle wrote it 3 days back that why didn't we talk about the Big Six? Why was Anil Kumble not included? Why don't we talk about Kapil Dev with same amount of affection which Sunil Gavaskar is talking? Do we need bowling heroes to be a better team?
He will be writing a book on that question.
No, just to, I think, no matter how many runs you score, you need 20 wickets to win a test match. So, bowlers win your matches. And, it's a team sport. And even in terms of, commercialization of cricket itself, it's generally the batsmen who get attracted towards, or I need to ask this question to Piyush, so he's just left. So generally the batsmen are the ones who are looked after, and the bowlers, we call ourselves the labor class. So, but no offense, I mean, I can't really answer the first question because, both Muralidharan and Shane Warne are great bowlers, and I don't think there's any comparison of me trying to say, okay, who was better, who was more complete. Both of them had challenges. Muralidharan had to lead the attack single-handedly, and he did that with, great aplomb. And, he did that for, 18, 19 years. And then even Shane Warne, where spinners generally, post Richie Benaud and, not necessarily a wrist spinner, someone like Shane Warne we had seen in the 80s. So someone who came about and then started winning matches on his own. It was something amazing. I learned a lot from both of them, watching them bowl in test matches and even interacting with them. And it's really nice even after post retirement. Still in touch with those two great bowlers. So I mean, we've had some wonderful time during that 20 years that we played. It was interesting to see them play against visiting teams as well.
Young man there in the oh, okay. So one quick question, only one question each. No civil service exams. So him. You. No, the one behind. Not the one, the child behind. The young man behind you. in the salmon shirt.
Hello, I am Yajur Anand from Sindhya School. I wanted to ask you that I had a question with Anil sir, and the question is that who inspired you to play cricket? Like today we say we'll become like Dhoni, we'll become as success. Who inspired you to play? Like that.
No,
Childhood.
Yeah, growing up, Kapil Dev was someone who I looked up to. B.S. Chandrasekhar was someone who I looked up to. And I think, although Sid didn't get the year right, 1983 changed everything for Indian cricket. And when Kapil Dev held the World Cup in his hands on the Lord's balcony, and that was probably the first time that I watched cricket on television. And that certainly changed the way we started thinking about the game itself. So yes, victories does matter, and 1983 was a big moment for Indian cricket.
Last question.
Yeah, okay. This is about football and cricket again. Cricket has been brought up with the middle class and the upper middle class taking to the sport in a big way earlier, and now it's it's gone down to the small towns and all stratas of society play cricket. Football has always been a sport followed by, let's say, not the lower middle class and the people who've been there. So I wanted to ask, what would Baichung or someone like that do, to take it to that level where money comes in, where sponsors come in? Because if the middle class, upper middle class, and the main people follow the sport, the sponsors will also come in. And is it also because of what Ronojoy, Mr. Sen says in his book, football is a contact sport, and cricket is not a contact sport. So is it the mother fixation that has stopped the middle class and upper middle class from playing football? Because the mothers say, no, you play football, you will get injured. You play cricket, you won't. Is that the reason for that?
No, I think, for football to really reach out to all sections of people, I think first thing is the results. So the national team will have to do well. And we've been fighting with the clubs over the years that they need to release players for the national team so that national team does produce results. So I think at the same time it's also important that football is, it's unlike cricket. In cricket, India team is really big and people connect with the national team. In football, I think the club culture is really big and people really follow each and every club. So it's important that the clubs will have to reach out to all sections of people, and which I feel at the moment we've just started doing that with ISL coming in. So hopefully over the years, with ISL now 2 years, I'm sure the organizers of ISL and the franchisees would also start investing towards the grassroots, and hopefully we get good players, and then with players we get results, and I think that will be able to reach out everyone.
I think it's a mistake to think that cricket is not a contact sport. Have you made contact with the cricket ball recently? No, definitely.
Very good. Thank you so much. Thank you, Suresh, Ronojoy, Anil, Baichung. Three quick messages. Number one, read more books. Number two, even if you don't read them, buy them. And number three, even if you don't buy all of them, at least buy our books. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, we'll be signing copies in the signing copy place.
Please join me once again in thanking Suresh Menon, Anil Kumble, Ronojoy Sen, Baichung Bhutia, and Sidin Vadukut for that wonderful session presented by Z Entertainment. I do realize we could have gone on all day with a number of questions that were burgeoning out there, and I'm afraid I'm going to ask you to move. We're not going to close in on the authors or the stars as they exit the stage. We are going to escort them safely. So please do not crowd them in. They will be making their way to the book signing area, which is in the far left corner of the Rajnigandha Silver Pearls front lawn. Please do make your way over there in an orderly fashion if you would like to have a signing with the guests. The next session here will be going on at 1:40. It is more or less lunchtime, but we don't stop here at the Rajnigandha front lawns. We're going on with a book launch. That launch is Sujata Bajaj Ganapati by Jean-Claude Carrière, and it will be released by Princess Diya Kumari. That's at 1:40 p.m.
Across boundaries, we believe in bringing the world together through entertainment. See Entertainment. Vasudha. The world is my family. Kingfisher Festival brochure with details on each session, author profiles and photographs. A must-have guide to the festival. This limited edition program is a collector's item and is available for sale at ₹100. Pick up your copy now. Jazz, the past, the present, and the future together over 2 days of fantastic music. Teamwork Arts and Capital Jazz present the Jazz Utsav. Now in its 31st edition, it is the definitive festival for jazz in Delhi. Woodstock Jazz Band, the future of jazz. Eric Julian and friends, bringing the glorious past of jazz alive with their tunes. And flavor of the current jazz season, Rudresh Mahantapa's Gamak. The young Joel Lyciridis and his trio, showing the future of jazz is in good hands. Karim Elabudi and Vasundara. Arthur Dudkiewicz trio, featuring the piano legend from Poland. Jazz Utsav 2016 edition will be held on the 19th and the 20th of November, bringing jazz alive for the music-loving audiences.
प्रियंका चोपड़ा जो दिखाई देती है वो है नहीं, नाम बड़ा पर दिल छोटा सा, अकड़ इतनी कि इंसान को इंसान न समझे, सेल्फिश कहीं, सेल्फ सेंटर्ड एरोगेंट। अरे हीरोइन होगी अपने घर की, दिल में दया नहीं, मुंह में दो मीठे बोल नहीं, क्या फायदा नाम और शोहरत का, पहले अच्छी इंसान तो बने। लोग तो कुछ भी कहेंगे पर मेरे लिए अच्छाई की सच्चाई कुछ और है।
दिल बड़ा तू बड़ा, दिल बड़ा।
रजनीगंधा सिल्वर पर्ल्स, सिल्वर कोटेड इलायची, अच्छाई की एक अलग चमक होती है। The original social network, Kingfisher, the king of good times.
Sure, thanks.
गुड़गांव से बेटी के दिल ने उड़ान भरी, गुवाहाटी में आवाज आई,
Baba, Ma, book your tickets to Goa. Enjoy the beach. Love you.
तुम भी तो आ रही हो, बैग्स कौन उठाएगा? Love you too.
जब से कोटक ने फोन में घर बनाया, तब से अपनों की शरारतों ने उड़ान भरी, गुड़गांव से गुवाहाटी तक, फोन फोन में कोटक, कोना कोना कोटक।
Rambagh Palace, Jaipur, one of the best heritage hotels in India, with the opulence of an era gone by. Hosts of the Zee Jaipur Literature Festival's exclusive opening dinner. And a long-established hotel partner, providing a home away from home for some of the world's greatest writers and thinkers. Rambagh Palace, a jewel of Jaipur.
शोहरत तो दिल की कमान, बाजार में कब बिकती है खुशियाँ, शोहरत तो दिल की कमान।
अच्छाई की एक अलग चमक होती है, रजनीगंधा सिल्वर बल्ब्स, सिल्वर कोटेड इलायची। A journey that keeps you on the move. This